Hello, everyone. Welcome to the ICPC Asia Final Championship in Hanoi, Vietnam. I'm Ara, and this is Yên Thanh. We will be your host today. So the contest has just started. Looks like it started 1 minute ago, but no team has submitted anything. On your live stream, you can see this is a scoreboard and the queue. The judge queue on the right will show whenever any team makes some submissions. So while we are waiting for any team to submit, let us talk more about the competition. In this championship, there are around 65 teams participating from Asia Pacific, including Vietnam, Indonesia, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and so on. Previously, there has been 5 regional contests, and each of the champion of each regional has qualified directly to World Finals. But then for this championship, we will select around 10 more teams to go to World Finals. So this is a very important contest for a lot of teams here.
Yeah, so as we can see in the standing, we have around 13 problems, right?
Yeah, I think it's 13 problems.
Now we are waiting for the first solve. I guess this contest have a lot of like very potential championship, right? Do you think which team will be the first solve?
Yeah, so I think we can take a look at the list of very strong teams here. Luckily for us, someone has made a Codeforce post with the list of teams. So let's take a look at who are the teams today. So on the live stream, you can see this is a list of teams with Codeforce's handle. I guess a lot of you are familiar with Codeforce. It's a competitive programming website that hosts programming competitions regularly. So in this competition, as I mentioned, we also invite teams that have previously won some regional contests. So you can see National Taiwan won the Taiwan regional in Taiwan. The University of Tokyo team Speedstar won the Yokohama regional. The National University of Singapore team, I have no idea how to pronounce this. Absinthe maybe won the Jakarta regional in Indonesia. And the Seoul National University team New Chen won the Hue City regional in Vietnam. Unfortunately, the Kai's team from South Korea could not make it. The Kai's team won the South Korean regional contest. And here are the list of teams that participate from each of the regional. So all the teams that are listed under each regional didn't qualify to World Finals yet. So they will try to win a place in this championship.
Yeah, I see a lot of red colors.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of strong teams here today.
So is there any submission yet? Not yet.
I think the queue is still empty. I guess for a competition of this importance, probably the problems will be very difficult. And so it may be difficult for team to even solve the easiest problem. Also, I think from a Codeforce post, we can know that there will be a live mirror. So I think the live mirror is scheduled to start around 5 minutes after the contest starts. By the way, Jonathan Evans is the head of judge for this championship. Yep. So I think if you are interested, you can go to Codeforce. This post is on the homepage. It's the first post there. And when the live mirrors start, you can, in 10 minutes, you can read the problem statement there. For the host, we haven't have a chance to look at the problem statement yet. We are also waiting to read the statement. Yeah. And by the way, both Yan Tang and me have been participant in ICPC before. I think the last time I participated in ICPC was in 2016, which is 8 years ago as a contestant. But then after that, I have been on the judge committee of Vietnamese regional. Yan Thanh, when was the last time that you participated in ICPC?
Yes, also in 2016. So in Thailand, right?
Oh, did we went in the same year? Did we go
Yes.
in the same year? Oh, oh, I completely forgot that. Oh, yeah. And yeah, in time, I think you also have with serve as a judge for Vietnamese ICBC for some time, right?
Yes, after that, me and Bot are also back to Vietnam and be the judge for the contest in the regional contest on from 2017 and up until now. It's already like 7 years, and I can say that this is I think this is the most professional ever ICPC contest that Vietnam used to be host. So we used to participate in the ICPC World Final, and we see that in this contest we feel like the quality, the problem set, and also the environment, how everything is operate is just a level up World Final. So I think this is a very good chance for any team that they cannot have a chance to join the World Final. We have a nearly much experience with the World Final, have a chance to compete with really like strong team in the region. So I think it's a good practice for any team can be like a contestant here.
Oh, by the way, we just had the first submission for the
Oh.
competition from team VNU UAT team Sudo, but unfortunately, it's a wrong submission. By the way, this team Sudo from Vietnam, they are quite strong. So if we count based on max score force rating, all of them are red color. One of them recently dropped to yellow, but I think they are quite strong. They're probably one of the strongest team in from Vietnam. So I think let's take a look at the screen of team Sudo. We for this competition we can also look at the team's screen. Let me just try to turn it on. Yep. So as you can see, so I think you can already see that team.
I think it's
Oh, I think it's the wrong.
Yeah, let we try to.
Yeah, I think.
Chậm đổi các nó có bị mắc lộn không?
Yeah, I think we are showing the wrong. Yeah, we seems to have some issue with showing the correct screen. I think we will try to contact the technical teams to try to fix this. Yeah, I think now we probably get the. Yeah, I think we are probably looking at the screen of Team Sudo.
I think it's only wrong in the label, but the
Yeah, actually, I'm not even sure. Yeah, we may need to come back to the viewing the team screen a bit later. Yeah. Meanwhile, let's talk more about like the preparation. So for this competition, we have the we have a lot of people from different countries gathering here to for preparing the contest. We have some technical team from Japan. We have our judge from all over Southeast Asia and East Asia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines. So I think later we will also invite some of the people who make this contest today happen on the live stream. So yeah, hopefully we can hear more about the contest preparation.
Yeah, I think they have a very long time to prepare for this. Even the tech team, they need to be here like a week ago to prepare everything. And also for they are repairing this for like remotely for a long time ago for even the setup for the computer PC, and also the environments for the contestant. So I think this is a lot of preparation and a lot of effort to make this contest come true. So let's give a thanks for all of them to make the contest really work. Let's discuss more about the team. So do you think in this contest we have a lot of strong team, right? And which team you will like? Oh, we have one pending submit from Sudo. Let's see.
Yeah, we have
how the
another
result.
pending submission from Team Sudo. I'm not sure whether the screen feature
see the
is
Sudo.
working yet, but we will try to show a screen. Yeah, I guess we are still showing the wrong team. But
Oh.
yeah, we have the first accepted submission from Team Sudo. So yeah, let's get a congratulations for them. Yeah, so for, as you mentioned, for this competition, I'm personally rooting for the team from National University of Singapore. In that team, there's a Vietnamese, I guess, my favorite competitive programmers. So around 7 years ago, when he was in high school, so in Vietnam, the high school student is also allowed to participate in the ICPC in Vietnam, and this competitor named Bùi Hồng Đức, when he was in high school, he was the first to solve one of the very difficult problem in ICPC in Vietnam. So at that time, I opened his code, and I can see that his coding skill is very strong, and he has potential to become one of the best competitive programmer in Vietnam. And after that, he won 2 gold medal in IY and one ICPC medal in ICPC World Final 2021. So yeah, he's my favorite contestant, so I'm rooting for him personally. And yeah, but I think today there are a lot of very strong teams from Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and yeah, other countries. So yeah, let's see who can be the champion today.
Yeah. Oh, let's see the speed trial. They also submit the edge problem. I think they are one of the very strong team, right? Team from University of Tokyo.
Yes, yeah, and we have the second correct submission from team University of Tokyo Speed Star. So this University of Tokyo team, they won the ICPC in Japan, which I think is a very competitive regional. And I think their Codeforce rating is also very high. I think they have, but if based on max Codeforce rating, I think they maybe have 2 legendary grandmaster on Codeforce. So they are definitely a very strong team today.
Yeah, so they already make the submission for edge, and there's no penalty, so they're in the first place right now.
Yep. So for those who don't know, in this ICPC contest, the team are ranked first based on the number of solved problems, and then if teams solve an equal number of problems, then they are ranked by penalty time. So the penalty time is computed based on the submission time when they solve the question, plus 20 minutes for every wrong attempt. So for example, the Sudo team solved the problem H before, but they make one wrong submission. So the penalty is increased by 20 minutes. So in the scoreboard, they are in second place below Team Speed Star from University of Tokyo, even though they are the first to solve the problem H.
Yeah, and I think other team also try to solve problem H now, and there are also one more submission from problem G. From which team? I cannot see it so clear.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the team is a bit the team name is a bit squeezed here, so it's not always easy for us to get the team name. But I think for those who are watching from home, you can also go. You can also find the live scoreboard. I think there's live scoreboard on. I will show you the link in 1 second. Let me just try to change the screen to show the live scoreboard. So if you are watching from home, you can also go to icpcasia.firebaseapp.com/standings. You can actually find the link from the Codeforce post by Jonathan Evans. It's this link here that I'm highlighting. So I guess that is easier to see scoreboard. So in this scoreboard, you can see the first to solve a problem has the dark green color, and any team who solve the problem will have the light green color, and the red color indicate that they didn't solve the problem.
I think even the first problem very hard, and a lot of team get wrong answer. It's not a very like easy contest, right?
Yeah.
Even the first problem.
Then you also went to World Finals, right? Could you tell me a bit more about like what was your team strategy in such a difficult contest?
Yeah, so so I was joined in World Final twice in 2014 and 2016. So because our team is like have different like every members have different strength. Like I focus in hard problem. The other team members we focus in the easy problem. So in the region contest, we try to solve the easy problem as fast as possible, and they will let time for me to prepare for the hard problem. So that is our strategy at the regional contest. But when we go to the world final, I think even the easiest problem of the world final is like the medium, like even more than medium level difficulty of the regional contest, and it's make us very hard to like try to compete with all of the other team. So at that time we need to like two other member need to like change the strategy, so we try to practice with more difficult problem. So we try to, when we practicing, we only open all the revert contest, and we just practice with the most hardest problem, and we just keep on of the easy problem. So it's helped us to like in the second time we joined it in 2016, we can solve more problems. So I think in this Asia Pacific Championship, I think the level of the contest they also have the same level of the world final, like just a little bit easier. So I think all the other team they need to be very focused, and every contestant member needs to have a very strong programming skill so that they can solve the like not the easy one, like they only have the medium or the hard level or very hard level of the problem.
Wow, looks like we have another correct submissions from problem H from Team Sung Sil University. Team Sung Sil University participated, I think, in the Seoul regional contest. They also have two team members who are red on code forces, so I think they're also quite strong. Yeah, and looks like a lot of teams are still having wrong answer on problem H.
So I guess there's some trick in there. So a lot of team like not like cover all of the case. So lately we can like start review the problem set, right? Or you want to like start reviewing the problem set right now, or?
Yeah, I think around a bit later we will have some more people joining this live stream. Then they will share their thoughts on the problems.
Yeah.
I think now is how long has the contest started? I think it's only
20 minutes.
20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So it looks like, yeah, the contest is very challenging. So I can see that it started 20 minutes ago. Right now we have two more hosts, Kuroni and Mofka, who are reading the problem statement right now, and they will also try to have some ideas on the problem so that they can share with you guys later. Me and Yen are probably too rusty to try to solve the questions right now.
Yeah.
Yen, do you think that you can solve the questions now? How long have you stopped participating in programming competitions?
Well, I still try practicing, but now with I think only the mid level and like below, not like the high level one. So it even take a lot of time for me to think about it. Yeah, so I think the team now they are very strong. So you can see that in the yesterday ceremony. So Veronica from ICPC, she also mentioned that the problem set keep like growing, the hardest keep growing, the difficulty like this year is more than the previous year. So I think every team needs to develop their skill even more. So I think now the problem set is really at a new level than we have before. Yeah. So now I think we are viewing the screen from pseudo team.
Yeah, and I hope that is the correct screen. Yeah, Yên Thanh, while we're watching Sudo team, can you also share more about your career and whether the competitions that you did in the past help you in your career?
Yeah, so currently now I'm the founder of my startup. It's already founded 4 years ago. So it's basically now it's like the public transit application of Vietnam, one of the biggest. So you know that one of the major feature of it is the navigation algorithms. So actually the navigation algorithm for public transit is actually it's a digital extra like version of the digital algorithms. So when I joined the contest, I really like see all of the algorithm that we use to participate and we can apply it into the real world. So I mean like when I was student and I have an idea, okay, I want to make an app and I see, okay, this app is about navigation, right? And I can apply some algorithms. So I see, okay, Distra, yeah, it's very straightforward for competitors, for us to see the problem. So from that we can, it's helped me a lot when I start develop the application, and now it's like one of the top application in Vietnam, just based on a very basic algorithm that every contestant here can call. Yeah, it's very interesting.
So is BassMap really only for Vietnam, or do you plan to launch in other countries?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to scale in South Asia, and I think I hope that you and more people from other country can see the application in very soon. So now we scale into Indonesia and Malaysia. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess for now, our contestants can also try out BassMap if they want to travel around the city. Yeah, I guess it
Yeah,
might be a fun experience if you are in Vietnam for tourism.
Yeah. And what about you? Like any like interesting thing you use like algorithm in your career right now?
I think the most of the time the algorithm I use only for interviewing at companies. But after I got in the companies, less chance to use algorithms. But I think the competitions not only taught us algorithms, but also coding skills, like how do you implement things that have the least amount of corner case, and how you implement things so that is kind of bug free. And yeah, I think that's one very important aspect of writing code. And also working with teams and working under pressure, like in a contest environment, is also a good experience, because those are like very generic skill that you can apply to any situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a very good chance for competitors. They can develop their like problem solving skill. So that can be applied in a lot of different career, not only in companies in programming. So an interesting thing is from the Vietnamese ICPC alumni, I think a lot of like contestants. So now they are work in a very like big company, right, all over the world. And a good thing is some of them very like come back to the contest to help us. So they become the judge and create more difficult problem set for the younger. So I think it's very, that's why in Vietnam, recent years in the regional contest, the quality of the problem sets is really good, right?
Yeah, and I guess that's also the reason why the contest problems keep getting harder and harder, because every year as contestant, more people who did contest before create more problems, so the difficulties keep increasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, looks like we are looking at the screen from team sudo, and based on the code that they're working on, I think this is some dynamic programming problem. Yeah,
It's
but
their coding problem H, so I think it's not a pseudo team.
yeah,
right?
I'm not really sure whether it's team sudo. I will check with our technical team a bit later. I'm quite sure that they are working very hard to try to resolve the the screen so that we can take a look at this the screen. Anyway, so for this contest, the tool that we are using is the ICPC. Like it's the tool that was built for ICPC one final, but then we need to integrate between our own system and the ICPC one final system so that we can show the scoreboard and teams screen. So I guess probably there are some mismatch between the teams that we have here and the teams that the ICPC World Final tools have. So I guess it requires some debugging. That is probably a skill that is also very important for this kind of competition. Looking at the scoreboard right now, I think around 20 teams have solved problem H, and a lot of teams are still getting wrong answer on problem H. And
There's one more submission problem K from Stone.
From Sungsil University.
Yeah, let's see if they can accept. So this is the first solve for problem K, if they can accept it. So it's interesting, in our live stream we can see the process of the computer, like the judge, right?
Yep. So this yellow bar next to the problem is like indicate how many test cases that the team have passed. So they are almost at the end. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like they got wrong answer in one of the very last test case. Yeah, so probably there is some small bug in their solution that they can hopefully fix. Oh, but in the meantime, we have the first correct submission for problem J from team University of Indonesia, Rigor Momis. The team Rigor Momis from University of Indonesia participated in, I think, two regional contests. One is Jakarta regional and one is Vietnam regional. I think they are quite strong team, but they unfortunately didn't make it to World Final yet. So they're also fighting for a place in World Finals in today's competition.
Yeah. So I think like the top 10 team in this contest can have a chance to go World Final, right?
So I think at the moment the number of teams is not decided yet. I think we need to wait for all Asia ICPC competitions to be over for the exact number to be confirmed. But based on past years, I think the number of teams around Asia Pacific that can go to World Finals is around 15. So subtracting the 5 teams that already qualified to World Finals, there are probably around 10 teams that can go to this World Finals. Yeah, so yeah, I think looking at the problem set, I think this is very difficult and challenging problem set because all the teams here are like top places in various different regionals, but looks like they are still facing difficulties with the problem set. Oh, we have the first team that solved 2 problems. Team Speedstar from University of Tokyo.
Really strong. Right?
Yeah, I think but fortunately for other teams, Team Speedstar is already qualified to World Finals. So
I think this is maybe the screen of the Speedstar, right?
Yeah, we will need to check with the technical teams.
Maybe the label, the label.
Yeah, I think the label is wrong, but probably the
admin dashboard we can see the name correctly.
Yeah. Yep. I think right now let's also hear from another host, Crony. He will call in from his home in Texas. Yep, and Crony, can you say hi? Can you hear me? I think you are muted.
Hello. Sorry, I was muted.
Yep. So if you don't know, Crony is currently the highest code force rating from Vietnam. Yeah, Crony, can you introduce yourself a bit more?
Yeah. So hi chat and hi everyone. Name is Kuroni. My real name is Trung, but you might know me as Kuroni online and everywhere else. I'm currently studying in the US, more specifically the University of Texas at Austin. I've qualified for work finals 4 times. Yeah, 2023, but I'm going to only compete in 2 of them. So I've competed in World Finals 2021, and later this year I'll compete in World Finals 2023 at Egypt. See you guys there. And yeah, today I'm joining In Thanh and Mofka as your host for today's Super Regional.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, in the ICPC World Finals, there's a restriction that each person can only participate in World Finals at both 2 times. So that's the maximum that you can qualify. Yeah, so Crony has already reached the maximum. Looks like we have another team that solved 2 problems. Team Rigo Mamis from University of Indonesia. They also solved problem J. Crony, have you read any of the problems?
So I've read problem H, and actually I've just before this I see problem H on the mirror, so we can talk about it if you want to. I haven't read other problems yet though.
Yeah, I think we can definitely take a look at the problem statement so that you can try to explain the problem to our viewers today. Let me switch to the problem statement. I have it here. Yeah. Wait. I have it here now. Yeah, can you I think the viewers can now see the problem statement. And Crony, if you were watching from if you can see the live stream, I think you can also see the problem statement that is being shown there.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yep. So can you explain a bit about what is the problem asking us?
Okay, so I'll try to subvert the story. Basically, the problem gives us like n strings, so denote them as S1 to Sn. And the goal is to, at the end, make every one of the string either contains all 0 or all 1, or they are empty. And the way you can do this is by moving characters from string to string. So what you can do is every operation, you can take one character from any string, take it out, and then put it into any other string of your choice. And yeah, basically the problem asks for the minimum number of operations necessary to make all of the strings either all the same character or they're empty.
Yeah, I think the problem is quite complicated. Can you mind explaining using one of the example that is being shown here? I have I'm showing the examples.
Yes. So let's say we are looking at sample 3. So sample 3, because they give us 5 strings and they're all, either all zeros or all 1, the answer is 0 because we don't need to move anything around. Take sample input 2. The 2 strings are 1 0 1 0 1 0 and 0 1 0 1 0 1. So what you can do is you take all of the zeros on the first string and move it to the second string. That takes 3 operations. And move all of the ones from the second string to the first string, which also take 3 operations. So at the end, you need 6 operations to make the first string all 1 and the second string all 0. And for sample input 1, it's actually explained right there. What you can do is, take the first For the first string, take the 2 zeros, put it into the second string. For the third string, take the 2 ones, put it into the first string, and for the last string, take the 1 and put it into the first string. So that totals up to 5 operations.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And how do you approach this problem? Do you think that is a challenging problem, or do you think that is very easy problem?
Honestly, at this stage of the competition, I don't think this is a very challenging problem. However, the tricky part of the problem is to handle all of the edge cases, which you can see like a lot of the teams have wrong submissions on this problem. So definitely that is the most challenging part of the problem, is to handle the the edge cases.
Can you give some ideas on how you can solve this problem?
Yeah. So a quick observation is that, like for every string, you need to take all of the ones out or take all of the zeros out. But you don't, but greedily, you don't want to take, some ones and some zeros, right? Because that doesn't make sense. So for each string, you can calculate like what's the number of zeros and the number of ones in that string, and ideally you will want to take the minimum of them. So for example, if the number of zeros is less than the number of one, then you want to take the zeros out of that string into another string. And yeah, so naively you can add all of this number, but that would not be the answer, because for example, like suppose all of the strings you want to keep the zeros but take the ones out, then the ones does not have a destination to be moved to. So at that point, you need to carefully, choose the correct destination for the ones to go into, and that requires a bit more careful implementation and case checking. But that's basically the big idea of the problem.
Yep. So as I mentioned before, you can try out the problems on the online mirror. So yeah, it looks like a lot of people are also joining the online mirror. For the teams that is in this competition officially today, they do not have internet access, so they cannot see the scoreboard from the live mirror, as well as whatever we are discussing on the live stream. Yeah. And other than problem H, have you read any other problems, or you have any thoughts on the rest of the problem set?
Oh, I actually thought a bit about like some other problems. So, looking from the standings, it seems like a lot of teams have solved C, G, and no, not a lot, but like some teams have solved C, G, and J. Looks like J is the next easiest problem, which I haven't read about, but I have thought about C actually, which one team has solved on, that is Team Absinthe from NUS.
Oh wow. I think the tech team has already fixed the technical problem, so I think we can try looking at the absinthe screen. Let me switch to their screen right now. Oops, I'm trying to show Team Absinthe screen, but it looks like isn't working yet. So yeah, give me a second. Currently, I think meanwhile you can talk to our viewers while I'm trying to fix this technical issue.
Yeah. So okay. So talking about like while R is fixing the technical issues, I just want to update the scoreboard a bit. Absinthe has also solved J, and now they're currently the first team to reach 3 problems. So the thing is, we have like the main PC where we're streaming from. We have to map, this PC to all of the PCs on site, which are doing from all of the team doing the problems. So if the mappings are wrong, then there are troubles like showing the correct team on screen, which is a bit unfortunate. But I think like the problem should be fixed soon, hopefully. Um, anyway, looks like yeah, it looks like a lot of teams are solving J. So we can think about J for a bit. Actually, let me read about J for a bit while RR is fixing the fixing the technical issues. But it looks like from we can do this on the way. Looks like there are some this is some sort of graph problems. Say they have um oh I guess the stream doesn't have a statement yet.
You want me to show some problem statement? I can show it. Which problem you
Yeah,
want?
yeah. Can you show problem J?
Problem J. 1 second. Let me load the statement of J, and I will show it very shortly. Yep. I think problem J is now visible on live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes. So I haven't read this problem, so let's read this together. I don't know if this is fun or not, but who knows, you know? So there are okay. Let's speak this in a competitive programming term. There's a graph with n nodes and m bidirectional roads where each road has a weight of ti. Okay, and you live in city one, you live in node one. You would like to travel to n and then back to one. So you want to make a cycle from one to n to one. And what are they saying here? You want the routes in both traversals to be different, and that means that you want to go through different roads from one to n. Like from the path from one to n to one, like the cycle must go through different roads, right? Yes. Oh no, but in each traversal, it is possible to pass through the same city or road multiple times. Okay, and the traversal time is, okay, the
Let's
length of the
pause
path.
the problem statement reading session here because we have a special
Yeah, yeah.
guest joining us today, Coach Stephen Halim. So yeah, let me switch to welcome him first. And Crony, you can try to read the problem statement on your own, and you can talk about it after we talk to Coach Stephen Halim. So hi, can you introduce yourself?
I'm Steven from NUS Singapore.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you tell me about like your team? Are you coach of the NUS team today?
Yes, I'm a coach from NUS. Also coaching you last time. uh, uh, this year I bring this team Epsin for this championship. They already won in Jakarta and second place in Hue. So hopefully they can do good in this competition.
Yep. So I think the team already has a ticket to World Finals, but they are just here to get some prizes from this competition.
I will scold them if they don't do well in this competition because they already have ticket to World Finals. So, but they need to show that they can do well in the actual World Final itself.
Yeah. So can you tell us, our viewers, a bit more about like how the team is formed, and how do we pronounce the name? I think it's a very difficult name to pronounce.
It's a name of a drink with percentage. So it's a alcoholic beverage name. I think they call themselves absinthe, something like that. We don't pronounce the last E, something like that. Yeah. But they formed the team themselves. So we have a few strong holders in NUS, and I don't really do the team selection, my team formation myself. So they get to know each other, and based on their core forces rating, on how well they can click with each other, they decided to this time round they formed this team. Last year, the members I think all three of them were part of different teams actually. And so along the way, they get to know more. I think this team came together because they are from the same batch. They joined NUS, I think 3 years ago. They took my course, computer programming, CS3233 at the same time. They topped the class. And last year, they became my TA for the class. And maybe because of the many interaction, they decided to form a team.
Yeah. You know how do they train other than the complete programming course, of course.
They okay, so they train mostly on core forces, and then special just last week, we sent them to compete in OCJEC camp. We It's an online. There is an on-site version and online version. We joined the online version, of course. So 1 week before this championship, they train like I think 6 or 7 contests in online in OCJEC training camp.
How did you think that they perform in the training camp? Do they do well?
They said they were ranked 7 or something like that in that camp. Yeah, they're doing okay.
Yeah, I think rank 7 or 8 is very high, considering I guess a lot of very strong teams also go to this training camp. Was there some other teams in this competition who also go to the camp?
Yes, I saw Rigo Momis from University of Indonesia currently neck to neck with them. Is also joining the same camp. I think similar ranking also.
I see. Who do you think are the strong teams in this competition?
Of course, the 4 winners from the 4 regional winners, they are the contender to win again this evening. Hopefully, yeah. And they can be a surprise result, but my bet is one of these 4 will win.
I see. Yeah, so I guess you have been to a lot of different ICPC competitions. So how do you feel about today's competition?
When I look at problem H, and these teams in the contest floor are not, they are strong enough teams, and many of them got wrong answer. I thought, the judge is very evil, because they must have if many teams submit quickly and then get red first before green, means that you put some very corner cases inside that the team need to debug very carefully before submitting. So that's problem H. And after that, not many new submissions around, means that the set are very difficult. We'll see. The harder the set is, the closer it is to world final level, which is what we want for this new championship.
Yeah, I think it's the first time that we have the Asia Pacific Championship. So yeah, will be exciting to see. Yeah, do you have any other thoughts that you want to share with our viewers?
Okay. We hope that the presence of this championship will increase or at least return the level of participation of ICPC regionals in Asia back to pre-COVID days, because during COVID times, a few regionals cannot run, like Singapore cannot run because we also run IOI, and then Malaysia ICPC not running for some time, Myanmar ICPC not running for some time, Philippines on off, but then last year didn't run, but 2 years ago they did. And then I have not been to Thai regionals for quite some time also. So hopefully by having this championship, this region is reinvigorated, because now everyone has one more target to go. If world final is a very high dream, that only select 130, 120 something teams can ever go every single year. But now we have 60 other slots. We call this a mini world finals. So even if you think world final is a faraway dream, but if you think championship is doable, then do well in your regional, train hard, and come to next year's championship. The venue is the secret, but I roughly know it.
I see. And do you have any suggestion for the viewers who are interested in competitive programming? How can they do well in these competitions?
For beginners, for very beginners, of course, read my book. Advertisement. I actually bring my book, but I forgot to bring it somewhere. It's competitive programming book. And then I also built a tool called Visual Algo for learning basic algorithms. Yeah, for those who are very beginner with this. But otherwise, train yourself in Codeforces. This is the most popular programming competition website at the moment.
Yeah, sorry about the technical issue. So I guess thank you for your time interviewing with us, and we hope that your team do well in this competition. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's us get back to Kurni. Kurni, have you finished reading the problem statement? Do you want to share your thoughts on this problem with our viewers? I think you are muted.
I always forget to unmute myself. Anyway, I was actually trying to implement this problem offline, but this is kind of difficult. Anyway, yes, I have read the problems and I'm ready to share it with everyone.
Yeah, you can explain the problem statement. I have the problem statement opened on the live stream.
So basically, you have a graph that is you have a graph bidirectional graph with n nodes and m edges, where as usual each edge connects to vertices, and they have each edge has a weight. And the problem basically, okay, like I'll circumvent all of the details. They basically want you to find two routes going from 1 to n, such that these two routes must satisfy that the set of distinct paths used by each of the routes are different. And I'll explain that when we get to the samples. But then, as usual, the weight of a path the weight of a route is just the sum of the weights of the roads that was used on the route, and they wanted to minimize the sum of the weights of two routes. That's it. And if it's impossible, then I'll put my -1.
Yep. I think that makes sense. Can you share a bit more about like how you can approach the problem? And
yeah. So I'm actually not sure about this myself because I'm still implementing, and it's whatever, and I don't think that it's it doesn't make sense to share like the solution without like knowing if the solution works or not. But basically, what I think the case is oh, sorry. Was that anything that I need to know, or anyway? So what is happening is I think for the first, so we need to find two routes from going from 1 to n, but I think in general for the first route it should just be the shortest path going from 1 to n. That's it. And then for the second route, what you can possibly do is to either take a detour, like a second shortest path going from 1 to n that does not use the same set of edges, or you use the same path going from 1 to n, and then on the way there you use a different edge that goes out of that path and then goes back in, and this edge is as short as possible. And this is possible because the statement actually allows for each of the route to go through the same edge multiple times. That's actually allowed in the problem statement. So that's what I think. It's like the first route is either just the shortest path from 1 to n, and the second route must be either another shortest path or the same path that uses a different edge that loops back to itself.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So I think
and I've just got a note from the technical team that we can now see the team screens. So, Kruni, is there any team that you want to show us, or you want to watch the screen? Well, I think
Okay. So per popular belief, I want to. Also, okay. Let's look at the scoreboard. So New Trend is the first team to solve 4 problems. So I want to watch New Trend.
yep. Let's look at the screen of Team New Trend. I think the team name that is shown below is not correct, but I think I'm not sure if the screen is showing the correct team. From the from what I can see on the screen, I think they are coding problem J. Did Team New
Yeah.
Trend solve problem J yet?
As Team New Trend they have solved problem J.
Yeah, so I suspect that the screen may still not be fully correct. So yeah, let's come back to look at the scoreboard. I think right now Team New Chen is on the first place. Team New Chen, for those who don't know, they won the Vietnamese ICPC regional. And I think the second place was the team Absinthe from NUS. And Team Absinthe, I think, is also currently in second place. I think second or third place.
Yes. Yes. Team Absinthe is in second place right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and in first place we have team from VNU, Team Sudo. We are currently the competition is currently being held in UAT VNU for those who don't know. So Sudo is like this is like the home ground. So they have a lot of fans here who are cheering for them today.
Well, I'm also a big fan of Team Sudo, but I think like for this type of competition, I support whoever is the strongest team.
Who do you think is the strongest team in this competition?
Well, again, that's kind of difficult to say. I'm inclined to say that Speedstar is the strongest team because they have two ex-LGMs on their team. However, having LGMs on the team and does not mean that you will perform well in an ICPC contest. Like from my experience, like ICPC like atmosphere and the mindset is like vastly different from the mindset that you use when you solve code forces contest. So although I'm inclined to say that like Speedstar on paper is the strongest team, I have I don't have any idea or like guesses to who's the strongest team.
I see. I think we just have like a video that is sent to us from the contest. Or I think I will try to open it now. Yeah, I will try to open it soon. So currently, I think meanwhile, while I'm trying to set this up, I think you can talk a bit more.
Yeah. So what should I? Okay, let me think what I should talk about.
Yeah, you can talk about your
um,
experience, more of your experience in the ICPC competition, and like yeah, what I don't know, what is your team strategy when you usually do this type of competition?
Right. So yeah, I can talk a bit about this. So earlier I introduced myself as coming from the University of Texas at Austin, but like for all of my ICPC career, I participated as part of Team Purdue, and we have a very we have a very weird strategy. It's very particular to our team just because of the situation. I think so. Our team strategy it basically is uh, like I basically do all of the hardest problems, um, and I have my like not like I have my teammate, but my teammates will help me do like the difficult, like what the more like what I say gory details of these problems. And usually we spend, like, as for any ICPC teams, we spend the first not one but 30 minutes just reading about problems, identifying easy problems, and we actually do what, like, we lock down what is, like, each problem's type and who's supposed to work on which problem, which I think is, like, fairly usual for, like, most teams, because, like, on the team we have people who are specialized in solving this, specialized in solving that, right? Yeah, and I mainly do data structures slash like the more difficult problems that involve, like, like a bit high level um, algorithms. For example, like at World Finals 21, uh, I was in charge of doing problem G, which I vaguely remember it was something about like string matching or some stuff that used FFT. So like those kind of FFT stuff, like I was in charge with. I also have like a specific, like a very like specialized teammate who codes geometry for me. So that's pretty nice. I think like everyone doesn't like, no one likes geometry, so it's very nice to have someone who's only specializes in geometry. And maybe that's a valid team strategy for, beginners who are, or not yeah, or even like veterans who are familiar with like OI type contests but are just trying out ICPC type contests. Maybe you should try specializing in geometry if that's your kind of thing, and that makes you a very very valuable tool, very valuable member of your team.
Connie, I think we are back. So we have a video that was sent to us by of the competition. I think I will show it now. So, yep, let me just hide the scoreboard. And I will show the video. 1 second. Yep. So this is the contest hole.
Hand wrist, and now nothing in pocket. Your pocket. Just show me your pocket is empty. Yeah. Hand wrist, and now nothing in pocket. Your pocket. Just show me your pocket is empty. Yeah.
Okay, and now let's back to the scoreboard. So now I think the first team is now the Still National University New Trend. So they got the fourth problem solved. So now they are at the number one. So I think we have a lot of discussion about the problem set. So now a lot of us already know about the problem set, and let's start discussion. So can you introduce?
Sure, yeah. So hello everyone who is watching the stream, and also everyone who is live here in VNU Hanoi. My name is Ming, and you might have known me online as MOFK. I was one of the people who, had about 5 years experience in doing ICPC contests, and right now I'm just retiring. I enjoyed myself. I'm very glad to be here, to be back here as a host, and hopefully we can have a good time. So it seems like it has been already more than 1 hour into the contest, and the first teams are kind of like ramping up here. We've got one team with 4 problems. New Trend is the sole leader, and quite a few teams are trailing behind with 3, but actually we already have quite a few problems with at least 1 solver. I think we've already got 6. So the contest is like progressing like quite normally, I guess. It's not a slow contest as was suggested in the first hour, when a lot of teams got the answer on the first problem J. No, it's problem H. Yeah. But right now I feel like most of the team have already gotten themselves at least 1 problem.
Yeah. So now I think the screencasting is working right now. Which team do you want to? We can see some screen from the
Okay,
contestant.
so let's take a look at the leader right now, team New
New
Trend.
Trend.
Yeah.
Okay. Please go. Please go. Okay, New Trend.
New Trend. Let me try to find.
Yeah.
So they've already gotten themselves.
I think I need to.
Four problems.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So I think they are trying to. This is a very standard fan victory implementation. So
Yes.
they're probably
Problem K,
trying
right?
to. Yeah. So from K, has there been any team that solved from K?
I think now they are trying to solve problem K right now.
Yeah,
Try
yeah.
to debug something.
But is there already any team that solved from K? I don't think we have seen any teams that with from K solved. So if they can
Yeah.
actually get it right, it should be quite the advantage they've got over the other teams.
Yeah, so I think they're still debugging, so the screen seem like they're not typing anything.
Yeah.
So I think we can see another screen from team. Let's see, Absin. They're still like working
Yeah,
on problem.
let's check out the team from NUS Absinthe.
Okay.
They've already got themselves 3 and is standing at 2nd place. They've gotten them. They've already got a wrong answer from F. So
Yeah, so this
Yeah,
is
this-
clean room absent.
Yeah, this from absence.
I think let's still try to debug problem M as they're calling
Yeah,
problem
this should be problem F they're trying. And you can see here quite a kind of like unique coding style that is not super, familiar with people who are just starting out.
Yeah.
She's like looking at the, type declaration and stuff. You can kind of guess that the, person who is at the helm right now is probably the Bùi Hồng Đức, the Vietnamese guy who was interestingly the first among the first 3 Vietnamese who got the first medal for Vietnam in an ICPC World Final contest.
Yeah.
He's now pursuing his undergraduate degree at NUS, and he's representing them here as well as the next upcoming World Finals.
Yeah. So I think they are the team are still trying to figure out which is the next problem. Now I think that the 2 easiest problem right now in the scoreboard we can see is problem C and S, right? And J.
Yes. Even though the leading team has 4, so we have already seen F and G having some solutions as well. So these 2 problems might be the next to look forward to, and obviously problem K, which is being attempted by the leaders.
So do you want to see any other screen from
Right now, I think we are kind of just trying to, move around, see the top teams. I guess the top teams already have their own, target to.
Yeah, I wonder
to
who's
be trying.
the problem speed style working right now, because they have very good start at the beginning.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah, so look like now they implement problem F. Have you read the problem F?
Actually, I have not read the problem F because honestly, to be quite honest, I have read a few of the easier problems, and
Yeah.
I kind of got stumped on a few of them.
Okay.
So quite embarrassing performance for a former world finalist, but
Yeah.
life goes on.
Yeah. You see that Halim also mentioned that this is like a mini world final, so problem is really hard.
That's right. Last time I got to World Finals, I didn't have quite a good time there. I only got 4 problems. You can say that I'm kind of washed up right now. But it's good to see younger and better teams, contestants battling out. Before this contest, this Asia Championship, I think we kind of have only a very few opportunities to gather strong Asia Pacific teams together. Right.
I'll just rotate it a little bit like this. Okay. Hello everyone. So
Hi, everyone.
we have two new guests on our live stream right now. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Mitsuru Kusumoto from Japan. Nice to meet you.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Hạnh, and I am the judge from Vietnam, the host country.
We have two member of the judge team, the owner of the very hard problem set for today. So can you share your feeling right now about the performance of the contestant and yeah?
I'm honestly very excited to see the contest hall in VNU. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
So what about you, Han?
Well, I think it's really excited for all of us to see this competition, because all the teams here are top team of Asia and should be like top teams of the world as well. And I think, right now we're kind of happy that a lot of problems have been solved, so that our RTSK are correct. Maybe one of the most happy moment is when the beginning of the contest, when a lot of people got incorrect submission on problem H.
I wondering what problem you are the author. So can you mention a little bit?
So I'm the author of problem C and E and I. And I'm happy that the C and E are already solved by several problems, teams. Yeah.
So you think can they solve your third, the last one?
The last one, it's hard to say, but I hope that some team can solve within time.
Yeah. So it's like a very hard problem, right?
It's hard, but I believe that it's not impossible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many team you guess that they can done that problem?
Maybe less than 5.
Less than 5. Wow. So
But it's just my prediction, and my prediction is always bad. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it's very hard, and let's see for today how many team can solve both of your 3 problems. It's very interesting, right?
Yeah.
And you, what about Han?
Actually, I am not the official author of any problems of this problem set, but for the problem F, it is firstly proposed by someone else, and then I found some cool observation to make it much harder than the original version. And actually, I just looked through the first submission, I think from some NUS team, and they got they solved the original version, but it is not fast enough to solve my new version.
Okay. So I think they are one team resolve, right? Speed Star right now, right?
Oh, may I see? Oh, yeah, I found the submission of absent. They didn't manage to solve that.
Yeah, I think they are still try to figure out. So there any screen from the contestant you curious you want to see? From absent you want to see the screen?
Oh, I looked through their source code, and I think they will manage to solve it quite soon, because they are very strong teams.
Okay. And I can ask you one more question. So you have 3 problems and the hardest one. So I wonder how you come up with the ideas of the problems.
There are several hard problems in this set, but I think that problem A is the hardest, because it is a constructive problem, and it requires a lot of trial and error to reach the solution.
So can you sharing more about repairing the test case? How you repairing the test case?
Preparing the test case. So the main the important thing is that the wrong solutions, we can reject the wrong solutions by strong test cases. So, and if for some programs we needed to adjust the constraints. For example, increase the number of n to for Raja to reject the throw solution. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting. And what about Han? Is there any like trick that you repair the test case? Like any like on a case you repair?
I think it could be a very long story. I don't know if the live stream is long enough to just tell all the story about preparing the test case.
Yeah, just tell us.
Well, may I change the question? I think I have something to talk about, like finding some ideas for problems. Even like in this content, I do not propose any problems on myself, but I gave a lot of problem for some other contests, including ICPC national regional contest in Vietnam. And I would say like problem ideas can come up in any moment from your life. And a lot of problems idea comes from when I was driving my car, when I was like walking on streets, or even like going out with friends. So it just come very, very randomly. And what I had to do is like, well, just try to remember all the ideas I have in mind. And then when I go back to my home, I just try to solve the problem myself. And if I can solve it, yeah, well, I get a cool new problems. Yeah.
So as a problem setter, I used to also be a problem setter for the request contest right now. So I want to ask about like, do you have any personal tips that like for the contestant they can follow so that they can solve your problem in the future if like they also have chance to join?
So tips to be an excellent programmer, for example. I'm not sure honestly, but many people say that solve 1,000 or 2,000 programs. That is not easy for them. It is a best practice. Just I know. Yeah.
So your advice is to practice and a lot of problems,
Yes.
like 2,000, 3,000, right?
Yeah, right.
Wow, that is a lot of problems and not a lot of practice.
Yeah.
And what about you, Han?
Well, I just remember some funny moments, like when I teach some of my students, and they say that if during the contest they think that this problem is written by me, then just try to solve other problems. Yeah, it's just a funny part. But I had to say, like, even my problem, Mr. Rule's problem, or anyone else's problem is just like competitive programming problems, right? So teachers need to practice a lot, because not all the problems should be like, if you practice enough problem, you may find a new problem similar to something you have solved in the past. And that's the way you can approach, you can find the approach, and you can find the appropriate algorithm.
Yeah, I think it's a very good strategy. So I used to be a contestant, and once I saw a problem. There's one time when I was like contestant. I remember that I saw that problem like before, but it's like different approach. So it should be a DP like solution, but I used to solve in like a based solution. So you have any like ideas or like remember like same scenario?
Yeah, I think I have seen some kind of scenarios in the past. And actually, this remind me one story about the national and the regional contest. I think for last year, like I have the two problem M. It's like a problem about median and the SAW operation. The statement look almost the same, just different in just like one letter, like this thing and not this thing. But the solution is completely the same. Completely different. That's completely different. Yeah, it's quite funny. So I put one in the national contest and then the other one in the regional contest. A lot of people, when they solve the regional contest, oh, this problem is quite familiar. I found it in the national contest. But no, the solution is completely different.
Yeah. It's like our favorite moment when we were web setter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and another question is like how many like we have a lot of different like difficulty problem for today, and can you guess like the best team, the best performance team, how many problem they can solve at the end?
It's hard to say, but I want to expect 10 programs.
10 over 13, right?
Right? Possible 11.
Ah.
But it's just my hope.
Okay. And what about you, Han?
Well, it's very hard to say for me, but I expect there will be some world final medalists inside the contest. So I guess it should be around 11 and 12. Yeah.
So you like consider more.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
because
Yeah, so I think it's very interesting. So the last question, do you have anything you want to share with the viewers, in this live stream?
So as for
Like you want to share, like talk like how you feel about the contest and the contestant and what you hope and what like your like advice for all of the contestant for today.
Okay, so basically, I feel so honored to to be one of the organizers in this contest, and I can provided 3 programs here, and yeah, that I feel that's great.
Yeah. Okay.
for me, I would like to say this is the very new contest of the new format from ICPC. So for previous years, we only have regional contest and go straight into the world finals. And what teams used to think about the regional contest is like, we only have 1, 2, 3 slot for the regional contest to be the world final. So it's like, it's not for me. It's not for me. So. In previous year, a lot of Vietnamese teams, they just think like, okay, regional is the last things they can do. So they have less motivation to train for the regional contest because they think they cannot go to the world finals. But with this format of the Asia Pacific Championship, they have a lot more opportunities because they do not need to be in the top 1, 2, 3 of the regional. They do not need to be the top team of the university. So each university have 3 teams inside this contest. So there will be a lot more chances for all you guys to have a contest. And this contest house in Vietnam next year will be a different country. So you have more opportunity to explore the Asia, have cool memories. So I hope that you will, with that championship, you will love ICPC more and you will have more motivation to train for ICPC.
Yeah, thank you. So let's have a good big applause for our guest for today.
Okay.
And, thank you. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, the MC as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah.
Right. And we're back. Hello, everyone. We are back here with our brand new guest, a member of the technical team in our host university, VNU, Mr. Trần Hùng, who flew all the way from France to be here with us today. So, how the contest has been so far for the technical team personally?
So first off, I will introduce myself once again.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Totally forgot about that.
So my name is Hong. So for this year, I'm currently the head of technical team at the ICPC Asia Championship, Asia Pacific Championship, and yeah, yeah. So just like he said, I flew all the way from Paris just to be here with everyone, with all the technical teams and all the members of the juries and all the contestants here. It was quite fabulous, quite a great experience. So from my perspective about this year technical side, so we in our regional we have our own so from since 2021 we start to move from the old ICPC setup with Dome Judge, and then we start to design our own contested machine and our own judge. So after all those years, so we end up here being the official host, and also official technical team of the ICPC Asia Championship. So about this contest side, it was the experience is quite good too. Yeah, the experience was quite good. All the internet access, all the machines are provided by the schools and by our sponsors, and they all. So from my viewpoint, it was way better than what I expected before I came here. So I personally have to send my thanks to all the sponsors and the school staffs for helping us setting up this contest site. So yes, physically everything is working, everything is fine. As you all can see on the coach view on stream, we all aware that everything is working. Right. Yes. So from the software side, everything that the contestant used in the machine. So basically, we just based on the ICPC World Finals build, but with several modifications that help us publishing and let the users test even before the contest, about 2-3 weeks. Yes. And so at the moment there's no complaints from
we servers are holding up well.
Yes, our server is holding up real well. Yeah, like during the test, it just the whole internet system just dropped down for like 2 or 3 times. We were quite yeah. But yeah, at the moment everything is stable. I can assure that. And so all the everything is functioning as expected. And for this year, we have something that is quite different, quite a breakthrough comparing to the World Finals. At least personally, I think that is quite a breakthrough. Which is if you watch the stream, you can see that all the contestants' screens are can be viewed for online. So we call this our new coach view system, which is totally different from the old coach view system provided by the ICPC tool originally. So so we believe that, and of course we have tested them. It will be much flexible for us, at least for us, the live streamers, to share the contestants screen. It will be much flexible for the coaches to watch the screens of their own teams. So one of our perspective was, what if a coach want to go to the toilet but they don't want to miss anything? They can just pick up the phone, open it, and they can check out the coach view. So that is one of our key feature for this ICPC championship.
It should be like extremely, quite a interesting perplexity you've shared there. So, may I ask, is the coach view available for the public or just for the coach at the time?
At the moment, we all only provided for the coach, just like how it works on the on-site. Just the only difference is the coach can handle the coach view by themselves and on their own machine, but not but they don't need to go to any specific machine provided by the contest site to access that.
So is it possible for coaches from other teams to view like screens from every other team, or just their own team?
So basically, we check the source code we check the setup from the World Finals, and we found that all the coaches can see the screen can see the screen of teams that not even in their own in their own university. So yes, so team A can just watch coach from the team A can just watch team B every time. We did have some protocol just to make sure that coaches cannot share any information to the contestant during the contest. Yes, that is the basic protocol that we should apply.
Sure. And I also I think we can kind of like safely assume that this will not be available in the last hour of the contest. Where
During the last hour of the contest, we will disable all the coach view, just to make sure that no one can access it.
Thank you very much for the insights. For those of you who isn't familiar with the ICPC format, the last hour will be called a frozen hour, which means no submissions will be visible for the public to see, and also for the teams other than for every team, they can only know their own results of the last hour. So that is why, to prevent information being made out to public, we should ensure that those coach views will be disabled.
Here is a short summary of problem E duplicates.
So,
in this problem, we define a sequence of numbers containing two or more identical elements as containing duplicates. For example, the sequence 2, 5, 1, 3, 1 contains duplicates because the number 1 appears twice. Similarly, the sequence 1, 3, 1, 3, 1 contains duplicates. However, the sequence 2, 5, 1, 3, 4 does not. You are given a matrix of dimensions n by n. Each entry is an integer between 1 and n. The objective of the problem is to modify some of the entries so that all rows and columns contain duplicates. The modified values must also be between 1 and n. Your task is to compute the minimum number of modifications required and provide a method to achieve this. This problem falls under the category of constructive problems. Here's a summary of the solution. Let's calculate the number of non-duplicating rows and columns in a given matrix. In the matrix on the slide, there are 2 non-duplicating rows and 1 non-duplicating column. Since each modification can only eliminate 1 non-duplicating row or column, we need at least the maximum of these counts of modifications. We can demonstrate that this number of modifications is sufficient.
Right. So I guess we had a little oopsie, little hiccup outside. And our stream audio was apparently not matching with the interview. Sorry about the technical difficulty we are facing right now, but hopefully it's already resolved. And right, so I think we were talking about the like how long was the preparation before we get to this point. So I guess it's you already started the preparation right after the regional contest in Hue, after like early December, right?
Yes.
So it's only been I guess more than 2 months, which is quite a time rush, isn't it?
No, it was not the time rush for us technically, because we just need to based on the live stream to ensure that the signal is stable so the signal can be stable throughout the contest, and and then we will just need to integrate it into our current coach view and distribute, and now we can distribute it privately to the coaches for them to watch the screen. So technically, we have all the coach view was prepared all the way back then before the Hue regional, but we just used it for the live stream in Hue to test the performance.
Right. So yeah, it's been a pleasure speaking with Mr. Trent Hu, and I can only express my sincerest thanks for the technical team, both locally and also for the international technical team, for making sure that this very first, like this inaugural contest to be run smoothly. And is there anything you want to share with the audience?
So to the audience, I mean, I have nothing to share, but just thank you for joining the live stream, and thank you for enjoying our new tech. We know that this is not up to the world final level. Our coach is still need to have something, some modification to get to a world final standard, but we will try our best for this year, for next year, and for all the way until we cannot do anything else.
Sure, yeah. And hopefully we'll see this kind of picture of yours in the world finals, actual world finals. We'll see, yeah.
Yes, we will see,
Hopefully. So thank you very much for joining us, and we hope you all the best until the very end of the contest.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard again. So it looks like currently there are a few teams that have solved 5 problems. Just as we started looking at the scoreboard, I think Team Absinthe just solved their 5th problem. So I think now there are 4 teams with 5 problems. Team New Chen from Seoul National University, Team Speedstar from University of Tokyo, Team Absinthe from National University of Singapore, and Team HUSD Guide from Hanoi University of Science and Technology. So wow, there's a Vietnamese team in the top 4 with 5 problems. I think it looks very exciting. What do you think?
I think it's how long have they been in the contest? I think it's around like 1.5 hours.
I think it's like almost 2 hours now.
Yeah.
And have you read problem C?
I think I've read problem C. I have not put too much serious thought about that problem though.
Well, that's very lucky because we have a task solution from our judge. So they have prepared a solution for us. But I think before that, can you give a brief explanation of what the problem C is about?
Sure. I don't have the problem set with me right now, but I can recall it from my memory. So basically, you're given a for every number, we have a function f that counts the number of 1 bit in their binary representation. So for example, a number has a binary representation of 1101, then f of that, the function of that number will be 3. Right? So 3 1 bits. You're given a sequence A, and you have to find any number such that so fx is a1, then fx plus 1 is a2, fx plus 3 is fx plus 3, x plus 2 is a3, I'm sorry.
Yep.
And so on and so forth. So or you have to report whether it's impossible to find such a number.
Well, it sounds like a challenging problem. So let's look at the solution that our judge has prepared for us. So let me just quickly switch to that in a second. And I will show the video solution now.
Okay, so I'm going to explain the solution to the problem bit counting sequence. So in this problem, you're given a sequence of integers a sub 1 to a sub n, and your task is to find the smallest integer b such that the bit counts of the n integers starting from b is equal to the input sequence a, or you need to determine if there's no such integer b. Here, I'm using the word bit count to refer to the number of ones in the binary representation of an integer. So for the first insight, we notice that in the bit counting sequence, it alternates between increasing and non-increasing. So let's look at an example. So let's look at the integers 36 to 44. The second column here shows the binary representation of the input numbers, or the numbers 36 to 44. And the third column shows the number of 1. So you will notice here that 2 is less than 3, but 3 is not less than 3, and then 3 is less than 4, and 4 is not less than 2, and so on. So it alternates between increasing and not increasing. So more precisely, we notice that it increases by exactly 1 if we go up to an odd number, and does not increase when we go to an even number. So we can use this insight to build up the solution. So for the next insight, if we just look at the counts corresponding to even numbers, then they sort of look like the same problem, just half their size. And there's a trailing 0 on each of the numbers. So if we remove that trailing 0, then we really do get the same problem, just half the size. So now we have a solution. First, look for the counts corresponding to even numbers. Because we know those because those are the counts whose subsequent number is greater than them. Next, for those numbers, we solve the problem recursively, and then we multiply by 2 to get a solution to the original problem. And then finally, of course, we need to check that the odd numbers we removed earlier matches. Okay, there's a case we need to handle, and that is, if the first count doesn't correspond to an even number, then we just prepend 1. We can do this because we know that that count has to be 1 less than the first one. Okay, so that's basically the solution. We just need to handle the base case, which is n equals 1. So for n equals 1, you're just given a single number v, and you want to find the smallest integer with v ones in the binary representation. And clearly, the best you can do is to just put v ones side by side, and that number can be mathematically computed as 2 raised to v minus 1. In code, to compute this number, you just use a bit shift, compute it quickly. So something like this. Now, let's look at the running time of this solution. So in this solution, there's a linear step, and then a recursion of half the size. And then after that, there's another linear step to check that our solution works. So we can represent the running time with this recurrence. T of n is basically O of n plus T of n over 2. For the base case, course, n equals 1, basically constant. But there's another base case, which is n equals 2. In n equals 2, we treat this as a base case because sometimes, if you think about it, the n equals 2 case can recurse to the n equals 2 case as well. The only time it goes down to 1 is if the first count is less than the second count. So, to solve this recurrence, we just repeatedly substitute to get something like this. And we notice that there's a geometric series, so its solution is something like this. So it's basically linear time. So this passes the time limit, but as a bonus, you can actually remove that O max A part by treating n equals 2 as a special case and solving that specially. So I leave that up to you to think about. That's it. Thank you.
That's the solution for problem E, and we also have another problem E, which the judge has prepared a solution for us. Mofka, have you read problem E? Can you tell us a bit about what it's about?
Actually, have not read the problem E yet, because I think the few easy problems I have already read. E is like one of the harder one. Right after the first 3-4 problems. So yeah, I've not.
Yeah, I think that's fine. We have the judge solution here. So for those of you who have read the problem E and wonder how we can solve it, we can listen to the judge solution now.
Here is a short summary of problem E duplicates. In this problem, we define a sequence of numbers containing 2 or more identical elements as containing duplicates. For example, the sequence 2, 5, 1, 3, 1 contains duplicates because the number 1 appears twice. Similarly, the sequence 1, 3, 1, 3, 1 contains duplicates. However, the sequence 2, 5, 1, 3, 4 does not. You are given a matrix of dimensions n by n. Each entry is an integer between 1 and n. The objective of the problem is to modify some of the entries so that all rows and columns contain duplicates. The modified values must also be between 1 and n. Your task is to compute the minimum number of modifications required and provide a method to achieve this. This problem falls under the category of constructive problems. Here is a summary of the solution. Let's calculate the number of non-duplicating rows and columns in the given matrix. In the matrix on the slide, there are 2 non-duplicating rows and 1 non-duplicating column. Since each modification can only eliminate 1 non-duplicating row or column, we need at least the maximum of these counts of modifications. We can demonstrate that this number of modifications is sufficient. The construction of these modifications is as follows. For non-duplicating rows and columns, we identify intersections and modify the entries at these intersections to different values. This ensures that the corresponding rows and columns contain duplicates. Subsequently, we address any remaining non-duplicating rows or columns by modifying some elements to other valid values. Since n is 3 or greater, there is always at least one valid value available. Finally, I would like to mention the motivation behind this problem. Latin squares are a well-known concept. I was interested in exploring the inverse version of Latin squares and decided to introduce this concept as a subject for a programming contest. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and now welcome back to our live stream, and we have 2 special guests. They are the technical team for this competition. Can you introduce yourself to our viewers?
Hi, this is Yu, coming from Japan. I'm here for tech staff of this program contest championship. Right.
Hello, I'm Hiroki. I'm also from Japan as a technical committee. We are mostly setting up the judge environment and
judge system.
Yeah, judge system, and also coordinating with local technical staff to set up various Scoreboard and contestant presentation and so on.
Yep, thank you. Can you tell us how did you get started involving in this competition?
In the current competition or
The ICPC in
ICPC
general?
itself. Let me start. I was a contestant long time ago. Like the first time I joined the ICPC when I was like in 2001. I participated in World Final in 2006. And after that, well, like kind of supporting as an alumni, and I joined the tech staff in Japan from like 2015 and been working on that for like 8 years or 9 years or such.
Okay, so my case is I started competitive programming and ICPC around 2015, and I went to Japanese regionals, but when I was a contestant, I was not able to go to world finals. And after I became a coach, the team I coached went to world finals. I was really happy to see them. And anyway, after that, I was a volunteer to help Japanese regionals. And actually, just a few years ago, I joined the Japanese technical committee to involve more to help ICPC Japan. That's my short story.
I see. So for this competition, when did the preparation start?
Well, for this championship, I heard about the for my case, I heard about the event and the plan. When was that? Like almost 1 year ago or something.
Yeah.
I heard about the first like video meeting like last year September or something.
Yeah, end of last year.
But many actual work started like after getting it like January this year. So we prepare like two months or something.
Yeah, but actually we set up judging servers, which is very similar to the setup as we use for Japanese regionals.
Yeah.
So yeah, we reusing what we used just last year in Japan.
I see. So can you tell us more about what is the system being used?
The system detail. Well, our system, our just like contest system is actually like kind of open source one. Like it's not invented by us, but it's also used in other European contests or other regions,
including world finals.
Right. These days, it's also used in world final, and we used to set up like in local machines, but after COVID, we
have to have online regional contest, so we prepared.
We prepare script to make it available in the cloud service, so that we actually keep using that instead of setting up physically. That has some problems, some benefits, but we find that it's more beneficial because we can test earlier. Just teams can test that a few weeks
anytime actually
before that.
Because it's clouds. And also it's scalable. We can easily, for example, increase number of judging servers. So yeah, our conclusion is that using cloud system and using automated system to deploy our judging server is really beneficial for our cases, and it's easy to reproduce environment before and after contest. So we believe it helps system to make it more reliable and stable.
I see. So I guess if the team have a lot of submissions, I guess it's trying to solve a lot of problems, and you can easily scale the servers.
Yeah,
right.
When previously, as you said, we using actual hardware physical computers on the contest side, so
you can bring more machines.
but it's physical machine is needed, so it's limited. But now that as long as budget allows, we can create any number of judging servers.
I see. So was there any difficulties or any challenge during the preparation?
Well, many challenges. This is a new team. This is kind of new team. We are the same team from Japan, but the judge team are different from Japan judge team, of course. And the local tech stuff is also different. We need to start from which task we are in charge of, communications, coordinations. We had we faced some problems, even we try to set up the same system as Japan.
Yep. Thank you for your answer. I think so far the contest has been going quite well. Thank you a lot for your effort. Is this the first time you guys have been to Vietnam?
For me, yes, this is first time.
So for me, actually, as I said, when I was a coach of a team in my university, that team went to World Finals, and that team came to Hanoi Regional. So, yeah, it was about 5 years ago, but I still remember how the Hanoi Regional was. Yeah, it was a really fun experience for me.
I see. Thank you. And is there any words that you want to talk to our viewers? If they are interested in the competition and want to be involved, how can they get involved? Or any other thing you want to talk with the viewers?
So first thing is that especially I'm not sure other countries, but in Japan there is an alumni group. OB and OG has a group to help ICPC contest and contestants. So if you are interested, please join that group, and if you are in that group, probably you can get notified about the latest update from our ICPC community. So yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah, after you can only participate in the contest, ICPC contest during when you are students, university students, but you have more variety of ways to contribute even after the contest. If you enjoy the contest and you want to make it more popular or more interesting or entertaining, then you have variety of ways to contribute actually.
Thank you a lot for your time. We hope that the contest go well for the rest of the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, let's get back to looking at the scoreboard. So and try to see what has happened after we just go on the interview with the very interesting interview with our technical members. So I think right now looking at the scoreboard, I think a lot of things changed. And wow, I think the top team has solved 6 problems. It's team New Chen from Seoul National University. Well, I think let's us look at wait 1 second. I will try to show the screen of team Seoul National University. Well, from what I can see, it looks like they are writing code for a new problem. The folder I can see is named FF. So maybe they are working on problem F right now. For problem F, 2 teams have already solved it. The first team is a Speed Star team from University of Tokyo, and the second team is Absinthe from National University of Singapore. And I think let's welcome back our host Kuroni, and I think he will share with us some of his thoughts on this problem. Let me just get Kuroni back on the live stream. Yeah, one moment. Kuroni, can you hear me? I think you are muted again.
I remember to unmute myself before speaking. Okay, good. Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so what is your thought on the contest so far?
So I'm actually both participating on the mirror and looking at the mirror and the standing right now. So it looks like people are like figuring out all of the easy to medium problems. So as we can see, like those are like C, E, maybe F, G, H, J, and probably K. Yeah, and I'm very excited to see this because this is actually like the most important part of the contest. Like the mid game of the contest is where like teams start like sending in like more difficult problems that they have been cooking for a while, you know. So I'm very expecting to see like lots of changes in the standings for the next few 30 minutes, 60 minutes.
Yep. So when you were a contestant, what was your strategy during this period of the contest?
Right. So really my strategy during this period is I actually solve problems like in my head for a few 30 minutes, 60 minutes before this. And like I start implementing on papers, and then like during this period I start transferring those code and papers to the machine and submit them. Yeah, so that's basically my general strategy. I like to code on paper because that's how you catch like the nasty bugs. When you're on computer, it's more difficult to see like the bugs when you're more focused on, you know, getting the syntax correct.
Thank you for Kurni for your explanation. And now we have a special guest here with us. I think he's a coach of team HCMUS. So yeah, welcome to the live stream. Hi, and can you introduce?
Hello, my name is.
Sorry, I need to. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Đăng. I'm the coach of HCMUS team.
I think HCMUS has several teams in this competition, right?
Yes.
So which team are you coach of?
We have 3 teams: the Exploring World, Burn Tomatoes, and the Bentani King. We have 3 teams. So I'm the coach of Exploring World team.
I see. Can you tell us viewers a bit more about like how you think the team is performing, and yeah, what are your thoughts on the contest so far?
So the Exploring World team is has solved 5 problems as we expected, and they got like in the they are in top 10, right?
Yep.
So I hope that they can solve more problems to get to be qualified for the world final. So
yeah. Can you tell the viewers more about like how the team was formed? How did they choose a team name?
Actually, they previously last year they also have the name like Hello World. This year they choose the name Exploring World. Maybe the next year they will choose the name Exploding World, as they said.
Yeah, sounds like a great evolution. So you know like about their training. Do they how did they prepare for this competition?
So they train previously a few months ago. They train like twice a week, and recently they spend more time on training, like 1 or 2 days for one contest.
I see. I think that's a lot of training. So I guess like what's the goal of the team? Is it to go to world finals?
yes, of course, they aim for the world final, of course.
I see. How about the other teams? Like, do you know about like what is their goal?
Yeah, also they when they come here, they of course they want to go to the world final. Especially for the team Tomatoes, you know, they got qualified to the world final last year, and in the next next month they will go to to Egypt to attend the world final 2022, 21, 22.
Yeah, I think the
in
upcoming
Egypt, yeah.
Yeah, I think the upcoming World Final in Egypt is for both 2022 and 2023. Because of COVID, the World Finals were delayed, so they had to combine the two World Finals. So it's going to be a very big event with like 1,000 contestants, maybe like 250 teams, I guess.
Yeah.
Are you going to Egypt?
Maybe. I will go with the team.
I see. Cool. Yeah. So, do you have anything you want to share with our viewers? Like, if they are students and they want to participate in these competitions, any advice for them?
So actually, my advice for them is to just, if you want to go to world final, you have to try hard every day. Yeah, that's it.
Yep. Thank you for the interview. We wish your team all the best in this competition.
Okay, thank you, and nice to meet you.
Thank you. Yep. Let's get back to Crony and looking at team's new chain screen. Crony, do you have any thoughts on like what is the team is doing?
Let me take a while to look at the. Okay. So it looks like the team is coding problem F from their file. I mean this. Okay. So I've read problem F a bit before. Like it's a problem where you insert one number into like the sequence. So what they're doing is just like insert a number into the sequence, right? Like they're looping from K from 2 to N, and they're trying to insert like the number into like the position in the sequence. So yeah, I think they're doing that, but I don't know what else they're doing. Like yeah, it's just a little bit confusing what they're doing right now.
I think we haven't talked about this problem on the live stream. Can you tell us about what is the problem about?
Yeah. So okay. Do you want to like show up, like put up the problem set, like problem statement for everyone to see? Or...
Yep. Let me do that. It's problem F, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, like you have an array of n-1 students, and each student has a number a 2 to the n, which is like the skill of the students. And yeah, so yeah, like judging from the statement, you see like if there's a line of students from 2 to n-2, from student 2 to student n, and now you need to insert like student 1 somewhere into the line, right? And when you insert the student, like this student, after that they will form teams, and this is how they form teams. Like the first K students will be assigned to team 1 to K, the next K students will be assigned to team 1 to K, and so on and so forth until the end. And like the statements for like the statement guarantees that like when you do this, like all of the teams have the same number of students, and all of the students goes to exactly one team. So I think what's happening here is when these teams, like when you form these teams, you can calculate the strength of each team to be sum of the skill levels of every team member, and you want to minimize the ratio of the power of the strongest team divided by the power of the weakest team. So to minimize that, you can insert team member student 1 anywhere in the sequence. Yeah, so that's the whole problem.
I see. You have some ideas on this problem? What do you think, or what do you think is the most challenging part of the problem?
So okay, so like for these kinds of problems, like it's impossible to do anything but try to insert student 1 into any place in the sequence, right? So the most challenging part of this is to know how to calculate the ratio x max divided by x min, like the power of the strongest team divided by the power of the weakest team after inserting. And I think this requires some sort of data structures. I'm leaning towards using some sort of set or DQ where you can insert them like as you wish. And yeah, so that's what I think. Also, I can also choose the number of groups. So I actually didn't realize that this is the case, but this should not be a big problem, I don't think, because you can also loop over the number of groups like k. So that's fine. That k is just a divisor of n. And so yeah, like the main issue here is to figure out like whenever you insert what's the power of the strongest group, what's the power of the weakest group, and I think this is some sort of data structures. I haven't figured out the details yet because like I was looking at other problems actually like E and G, but yeah, this is what I feel this problem is about. Yeah.
Do you want to look at the current scoreboard? Let's also check how all the team are doing.
So from the look of it, seems like all the top 3 teams have 6 problems. However, Team Absinthe and Team Speedstar at position 2 and 3 have the same set of problems, so Team Neutron actually have problem K. And this is actually rather interesting because problem K actually has 2 solves right now. The first solve is from Team Venus, who solves it really early. So I'm actually like guessing that this might be probably an easy problem that has just been overlooked by the teams.
Yeah,
so,
I guess.
Like Team
Yeah, I guess in this competition where there are so many problems and the problems are like like quite challenging, but still approachable. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to find the correct problem to solve. Yeah. But wow, currently I think there are 3 teams with 6 problems. My screen is a bit small, so I'm not actually sure, but I think 3 teams have 6 problems. New Chain, Absinthe, and Speedstar. But all of these 3 teams have actually qualified to World Finals already. So the teams behind them are still a lot of teams behind them are still in the range of qualifying to World Finals.
I see. Oh, that's interesting. Then like looking at that, then a lot of teams from the range from rank 4 onwards have the same set of problems, and they all have 5 problems that are everything minus K and F. So it will be a very like exciting race up ahead. Like which teams are going to break the deadlock? Which teams are going to break the 6th problem barrier? So yeah, I'm very excited to see what's happening next.
Yeah, so we have another guest here with us. I think he's the coach of one of the some of the teams. So let's pause here to have an interview with him. Hi, can you introduce yourself?
Okay, I am Tokyo Institute of Technology coach. And
Yeah, can you introduce what are the teams in your university?
Our university participates in 3 teams, Tech, Tonosam, and Amatsukaze.
How did your teams prepare for this competition?
In particular, Amatsukaze is making use of lessons learned from a previous contest. So they handle themselves during competition move, especially.
I see. So how is your team doing currently in the competition? How many problems have you solved? Have they solved?
I have no idea.
Okay. It's okay. Have you read the problems and you have any thoughts on the problems?
I read problems, but I so I also specialize in competition program like them. So I read this, but I have no idea.
I see, I see. That's fine. Is there anything that you want to talk to the viewers? Anything you want to share? And like let's say they want to participate in the competition. Any advice do you have for them? Well, I guess yeah, they can just try to practice as much as possible. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you for the interview. And yeah, we hope that your teams do the best as they can in this competition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, we are back looking at the scoreboard with Kuroni. Kuroni, do you have any team that you want to see the screen of? I think we haven't looked at the screen of teams for a long time.
Yeah. Actually, let's pick, the most exciting team right now. I want to see Team Ankwi from, I don't know if I pronounced that right, from Songsil University, like team at rank 4. So the team is currently leading the qualifying, leading the group that is trying to qualify for Worlds, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let me try to find the team. Meanwhile, I think you can share more thoughts on how the contest is going.
Yeah. So actually, I'm going to relay some of the information that I gathered from the mirror. So it really looks like F and K should be the next target for teams who are trying to break the 5 problems barrier, with the next problem being L, but with a very small margin. So like L seems very difficult, and it is probably very difficult from the look of it too. From the mirror and also from the standings that we have that we see, it looks like F is slightly easier than K, which is, I guess, to be expected, because I looked at both problems and I think F is like slightly easier. However, like I solved K before F, so my personal rating is reversed.
How many problems have you solved so far?
I haven't submitted all of them, but I think I have gotten C, E, G, H, J, K, so 6.
Okay, cool, awesome. I think you are doing very well today. Anyway, I have
I need
put
this
the I have put the screen of team from Sung Siu University, team we. I also have no idea how to pronounce that. From the look of it, do you know what they are doing?
So they're doing problem K. They're actually doing problem K. Yes.
I think they did make some submission for problem K, I think.
Yes, they did. Yes, they just resubmitted problem K actually.
Oh, really?
So let's see what will happen. Yes.
But I guess they don't need to. Oh, we can see the judge status in the queue on the bottom right of the screen, and I think they passed most of the test case. I think they only need to pass a few more test cases. I think they passed one more. I think they only have maybe one yet, and they got accepted, and we got it on live stream.
Let's go.
So I think they are. I think they are the fourth team who solved 6 problems. After New Chain, Absinthe, and Speedstar.
Yes. So they're basically the spearhead of the teams that are trying to qualify, and I think that's a good thing. Teams who are like at 5 problems, 4 problems, they'll see this team and they're like, hey, maybe I should try K. That might be an easier problem for us rather than trying F.
Wow, looks
I think that's a good thing. Like,
oh, sorry. I was just saying that looks like the screen from the team is slightly delayed. So we are actually looking at them submitting the problem K right now. Please continue. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine. So I think scoreboard dynamics is a very important part of ICPC. Like teams that are like a bit behind will see at these problems. We'll see that at these problems that the ahead teams solve, and they will be like, yeah, okay, I need to focus on this. You need to focus on that, and maybe like stop trying to do the problems that they're trying to do. So like this AC on K will change a lot of the dynamics, I hope, because so far we've seen like a lot of submissions on F and not K, but hopefully this changes after Acqui and Rigor Mortis AC K. So talking about like that, like Rigor Mortis actually AC K exactly one minute before Acqui. So this actually changes a lot, I think.
Is there any is there any other team that you want to look at the screen of?
Let's I want to see the next. Okay, I want to see Kite, please. So who's Kite?
Kite, the team from Hanoi University of Science and Technology, right? I have switched to their screen. And on the screen you can see that they are working on some problem, but I haven't figured out what is this.
It takes a while for me to see what's happening on the screen,
Right.
so just give me a second. So it looks like they're working on problem K. So okay, so this is very interesting. Like I think teams are now realizing that, like, just as I realized that F might be easier to F might be easier to to code, which is why probably like a lot of the stronger teams submitted F before K, but K is actually the easier problem to think about conceptually. So that's why like a lot of the teams are trying to hold in K, like all in K before F. So that's interesting. That's actually an interesting to see. Looks like they are just just coding up the solution, like initializing these DFS stuff, doing like these LCA stuff. So nothing like really significant is happening right now.
Right. Sorry everyone for hijacking the stream. I'm back here and booting Mr. RR out of the booth. He's too shy to say goodbye to all of you, so I'm here with Kuroni. Hello, everyone. Hi. How have you been doing? It's
pretty cool. What time is it? It's like 11 p.m. where I live right now, so it's getting a little bit sleepy, but we should be able to coast this for another 2.5 hours.
True, true. And are you staying up all night to see the final scoreboard, the final results, or are you get your very much needed sleep?
I think I'm gonna sleep. It's although I'm pretty interested in the final scoreboard, but I don't think it's going to be revealed to me that early. So I'm just going to sleep and see what's happening in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, and while we are speaking about sleeping schedule, we've got a very big news here. Team New Trend from Seoul National University has already gotten their 7th problem solved and is now the sole leader of the scoreboard, which also with a very heavy, penalty advantage to boot. So they're in prime position, I guess, to win this contest.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know about winning. Because okay, so this is my analysis. So New Trend has solved all of the problems that every team has solved in the contest, right?
True.
And right now they don't seem to have any problems submitted so far. This is, I think, not a very good thing. It's just my feeling, but New Trend needs to send people to solve all the problems, mind solve them right now, or start working on all the problems right now.
Yeah, that's actually totally fair.
Absinthe and Acqui has both submitted B, and some other teams lower on the leaderboard has submitted L, for example. So yeah, New Trend has to work on these problems, or else they might lose out in the contest. They bloom too early and they lose out on the long run.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I think it's also the same pattern happened to New Trend in their win in Way, the last regional contest where I think they've gotten 8 problems within the first 2 hours very quickly, and and meanwhile,
and then they
yes.
I remember talking to one of the team member, and I distinctly remember that they aced one of the problems at the very final minute of the contest. So that was that was very a very interesting and exciting moment. But at the same time, it shows your team might not be consistent to work out in the long run, and that might be that can be an issue, right?
Yeah, so we're looking at Team Acqui's screen right now. The team from, I think, Sungsil University, if I remember correctly. And they have submitted one of the problem, I think it's problem B. And,
it is problem B, yeah.
Yeah, it is problem B. And unfortunately, the screencast is delayed by, I think, around 1 minute, but nonetheless we'll see here in the actual screencast whether they probably got accepted. If they do get problem B though, I think they will still be in 2nd place, but with a very tempting problem F that they haven't touched yet.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I think someone in the YouTube chat has explained that Acqui is translated to the effect of a demon in English, which I think not coincidentally is very close to the Vietnamese translation of demon as well. We call it Acqui. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. I think. It's one of the very, many words that Vietnamese and Koreans both borrow from their neighbors. So it's quite an interesting fact. Thank you for those for the guy who pointed out. And we do hope that Acqui continues their streak. But for the time being, they've gotten themselves wrong answer from B. So they are not there yet. Still within the conversation,
do you have
though.
any team?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you have any team that you want to look at right now?
I think it's like in this stage of the contest, the top of the table has already been like stabilized because we don't have actual like new problems being solved.
Yes.
But
well, judging from let me like relay some information from the mirror. Judging from the mirror, the next problem to be solved should be problem L. But the thing is, problem like from the mirror itself, problem K has like 26 solves, while problem L has 5. So problem L is quite a challenge. Like there's a very big gap, like a very big jump here. And this is I think this is where we finally enter like like the difficult problems of the contest. Of course, like for every ICPC contest, there are easy problems. Like H and J are examples of them. There are medium problems, like for example, like C, E, F, K, and the like. And like hard problems are what decide like teams going at the end of the contest.
Yeah, that's totally true.
Yes. I'm pretty looking forward to see which team will finally going to break this 7 problem barrier, or at least like these set of 7 problems that are like from my guess like the medium problems.
And while we're looking elsewhere, there has been action in the like second group of contestants here with team Sudo trying to submit from K, and they've gotten I think they got accepted for problem K, and they have risen up to position number 7, which is
yeah. So a quick stats from the leaderboard. We have 1 team that solves 7. That's new trend. 4 that solves at least 6. And 17 teams that solved at least 5. So yeah, quite a big gap between like the leaders and the second, like the teams that have solved 5. But that's to be expected for these kind of contests. Not every team has a demon player that can implement every problem in like 15 minutes on their team. So like we expect to see like more teams going to solve 6 problems from now on.
Yeah, and by the way, I think Sudo has quite an interesting situation here where they have a decent penalty, but they are stuck on one of the easier problems, which is from C, and they're still trying to debug it. I think they have started solving it within the first hour, but they still haven't gotten it correctly.
Yeah. Similarly, at place 11, Team Potong from Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology has also gotten themselves 5 problems, subtract problem C.
Yeah.
So they're both in a very I don't know if it's precarious or not, but like not being able to solve these kinds of problems in this like at this time of the contest may like give you like a big toll on your mental status. Like some sort of mental debuff. Like what? Like I can't solve this problem. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
So like go ahead.
Like also the thing is not even just mental, it's actually detrimental to your penalty as well, because the first like easiest problems are supposed to be solved within 1-2 tries, so that you don't want to waste time for all other problems and to accumulate penalties, because those first problems do add up,
Yes. Yeah, talking from my own experience, that in World Finals 21, I spent 1 hour to solve the first problem. So like that I thought that was pretty detrimental to my overall performance. Yeah, that's just from my own experience. So for now, it looks like no teams have anything to like nothing is happening like on the scoreboard, like no more ACs for now. So do you guys want to, look at the solutions to problem G?
Sure. I form from D.
Yeah, so before jumping into the solution video, I can talk a bit about like what the problem is about. So can you open on the stream right now, can you open the problem set to like the problem statement to G?
Sure. I think let me try because sao anh Right. So this is actually my first time seeing those OBS streaming, devices.
Oh, technology.
Yeah, technology.
Yes,
I'm a low-tech person, so I have to consult Mr. RR here to open this for me. Thank you, Mr. RR. Right. So yeah, let's walk. Could you walk us through this problem?
Can you walk through us problem G, not G.
Problem G. Okay.
Yes, G.
I'm not only low-tech. I'm also kind of having a hearing problem.
It's fine. Okay. Relaying from the leaderboard, Kyoto University KUB1 chart is the first team to solve L. Anyway, let's talk about G, and then like we can talk about like the actions on the leaderboard later.
So I think I've already read this problem, but nothing much came out of it because I didn't put too much thought. But yeah, you can just.
I actually spent like a while thinking about this problem, and then I also got AC on the mirror. Anyway, let's talk about the problem itself. So you are given n strings. Each string has length of exactly m. So all of these n strings are have the same length, and you're also given an extra value k. Okay, so we consider two strings to be similar if we consider like each string each character in the string can either be a uppercase Latin letter or a dot, and we consider two strings to be similar if like there exists at least k positions where each of these two strings are like there are at least k positions where these two strings are not dot and they are the same, and they want like we want to output one pair of one pair of similar strings, and they want to like maximize the index of the left pair and the might minimize the index of the right string, but it's whatever. Judging from the constraints, what's the most interesting constraints here is like the coefficients for matching is actually from 1 to 5. So this actually leads to a pretty interesting solution, but I think like RR can show the solution video instead of me talking through it.
Right. I think also judging from the constraint is kind of like a bit tricky because we firstly don't know actually what to expect when we see like k equals to 5.
Yeah.
It's
yes. Also agree.
So yeah, I'd like to hear about the solution as well. So have you actually gotten that problem accepted though?
Yes, I have on the mirror.
So while we are working on this the solution video for this problem, can you kind of like briefly talk about this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So actually, the very interesting observation that I have is this. So suppose, you know, like suppose for each string, we want to see how many, you know. Okay. So I have information from the desk that we have a technical issue that we can't actually show the solution. So okay, I was just very briefly talk about like what's happening to like what's happening to my solution, and then we can talk about, you know, the scoreboards and other stuff. Anyway, so what's happening here is that because k is actually equals to 5, if we look at the string, say we look at the string, right? And we look at like previous string that comes before that, and we want to find a similar string.
Right.
And I will say that string I matches string j at position p if, you know, like at that positions they are the same characters. And I want to count the total number of matches of string I to all of the strings before that. And because k is like less than or equals to 5, suppose like string I does not have a match with any string before that, then it must be the case that the total number of matches is less than 5 times I, where I is the index of the string.
Yeah.
So the idea here is, you know, like if we just go over, like you can now go over like each string and see what are the matches to the positions before that, and that will only cost like 5 times n times m or something like that, and then and then like 5n squared or something like that, and then whenever you reach a position that has more than 5 I matches, you can now like loop through like the previous strings and see which string is similar to this string, while also having the largest index. So that's like the brief overall idea.
Yeah, I see. It's actually a very ingenious solution, and you can kind of like see that the authors have already kind of like tried to deceive the contestants from, you know, doing the obvious solution, because if they can change the constraint to be like NMK to be like 500, probably like everyone will solve this problem.
Yes.
Which is quite interesting. So
let's talk a bit about the scoreboard. Judging from the scoreboard, we have a new team that solves 7 problems. That is Speedstar, and we also see 5 teams solving 6 problems. So that includes like a new like 3 new additions are KUB1 Sharp from Kyoto University, who solved problem L like just before this. Team Sudo, who finally got problem C, and just recently Team Rigor Mormis, who just got problem G.
Yeah.
So now like the barrier of like the 7 problems barrier has finally been break. I mean like the problems that anyone has solved so far by KUB1 Sharp on problem L. Do you think we'll see like more submissions coming to L? Because like from what I've seen so far, like, you know, Absinthe and Acqui have tried to like both submit B and have failed, and we see like another submissions, or like we see an AC on L. So do you think they will change the strategy to look at L instead?
I will say that for those who are already working at one problem, they might have like rough ideas how to do like how to solve this kind of problem. So it's quite unlikely that they change. But for those who are still not sure the next problem, well, the next easy problem is, this first of all problem might help them to you know, choose the next problem to work on. Very interestingly though, problem K is probably the next target for those who are in the range of qualifying for the World Finals. It has been solved by around, I think, 8-9 teams, which interestingly also includes the team, one team that is not doing quite well there. They're having 2 problems, but they got first up on K, which is quite an achievement.
I mean, that's a valid strategy, right? Like going for first solve, that's a valid strategy.
Yeah. So by the way, we do have our author's solution for problem K. So right, now we put them up real quick.
We are going to talk about problem K, tree quiz. Your friend has a rooted tree and does the following algorithm. First, L is an empty array, and for each pair of nodes x and y, the algorithm appends this long formula to L. At the end, L is sorted in non-decreasing order. There are several questions, each of which you are given an integer k between 1 to n square, and you need to answer what is the kth element of L. The number of nodes and questions can be up to 100,000. Now let's talk about the solution. The integers in L can be represented as its base n representation, which means it's a tuple x, LCA x, y, y, where the tuples are ordered by x, ties are broken by LCA x, y, and further ties are broken by y. We are going to compute each element of the tuples one by one. Since each I has n tuples with I as its first element, the value of x for the kth element of L is simply the ceiling of k divided by n. Next, we want to find the k minus 1 mod n plus 1 tuple with x as its first element. For the values of LCA xy, we can consider only the set of nodes which are the ancestor of x. Let A1, A2, A3 be the ancestors here, and FAI to be the number of nodes in the subtree of AI, but not in AI minus 1. For example, F2 here equals to 3, because nodes 2, 3, and 8 are in the subtree of node 2, but not in the subtree of node 4. This means that there are 3 tuples that has 2 as the second element. To find the second element of the nth tuple, we want to find the integer L that satisfies both of the equations below. We can find this value using a segment tree that stores the value of Fi. For each edge u, v, by changing the value of x from u to v, only the values of fu and fv changes. Therefore, we can keep the segment tree for each x using persistent segment tree in O n log n pre-processing time. Now, we want to find the value of y. Let the value of m prime be the formula above. We want to find the m prime tuple that has x as its first element and L as its second element. Let P be the index of A such that AP equals to L. Thus, we want to find the m prime node in the subtree of node AP, but not in the subtree of node AP minus 1. We can do this by using another segment tree. Let Gi be a segment tree that stores Gij equals 1 if node I is an ancestor of node J or 0 otherwise. To compute Gi, we can take Gh as its base, where node H is the child of node I with the maximum subtree size. We can then change the values of Gij for all nodes J that is in the subtree of node I, but not in the subtree of node H, one by one. With another persistent segment tree, we can keep all segment trees G in O n log square n pre-processing time. Now that we have GAP and GAP minus 1, which represents the subtree of node AP and node AP minus 1 respectively, we can find the answer y that we are looking for. Similar to finding L before, it is the unique integer that satisfies the following two inequalities. This solution runs in O n log square n plus Q log square n, where n is the number of nodes and Q is the number of questions.
Well, that's the solution for problem K, thanks to our judge. Let's come back to looking at our scoreboard. Currently, the two teams are having 7 problems. The team Seoul National University, Team New Chen, and Team Speedstar from University of Tokyo. Yep, I guess now they have solved all the problems most of the problems that have been solved by other teams. I think we just had a solved problem L from Team Kyoto University, KUB1. So maybe L is the next problem that they can solve. Ming, do you have any team do you want to see the screen of? We can look at some teams' screen now.
Yeah, I actually think that we do want to see those who are fighting for the last world final spots, which is teams around like number 12 to 16. Let's take a look at Team Tonosama from Tokyo Institute of Technology.
Yep, let me get the Team Tonosama on. One second. I will need to find the. Yep. Here we are. We are now looking at the Team Tonosama screen. And from the look of it, I think they are working on K.
Right. So right now they do have like 2 problems. Has not been solved yet. Has already been attempted. And are they doing the 3rd problem? Because they have not submitted from K before.
Wow.
It's quite interesting because, you know, you're supposed to fix your master problems first, right? But they have, employed quite a bold strategy that can either propel them to the top 10 or backfire.
Yeah, well, looking at the screen, it's already split into 2. So I guess 2 people from that team is working in parallel. One is working on from K, and one is seems like he's submitting. And I think the other person is working on us submitting problem G.
I see. So they're actually having like 3 problems in their disposal right now.
Yeah.
And any accepted problem will surely make them get them to the top 10.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here is how they optimize for computer usage. So for those who don't know, ICPC is a competition where each team has 3 members, but they only have 1 computer. So the time that they can use the computer is very limited. So I guess this is one strategy where they try to optimize for the computer usage, where they split the screen into 2, and then they can just share the computer between 2 persons who both can look at the screen at the same time.
Yeah, and they also are printing out the solution, their current solution from G.
Oops, looks like they are having some technical issue when trying to print the solution, as we can see on the screen. Let's hope that our technical team members can get that resolved very soon. Any other team that you want to look at the screen?
Yeah, I think it has seen quite a lot of actions actually for teams who are around the top 15.
If you don't have any suggestion, I'm going to look at Team Absinthe from National University of Singapore. So Absinthe is currently leading 6 problems, and I think they have a couple of wrong submissions on B. But from what we can see, I think they are working also on problem L. Yep, and looking at the usage of Vim, I'm guessing this is Bùi Hồng Đức coding. Yeah, Bùi Hồng Đức has a very he's always using Vim, and he has a coding style where he always comment on the code on what he's doing, even though this code is probably going to be just him working on it. I think that's a very nice coding style where you add some comments to it.
Yeah, it's actually kind of like people might underrate these kind of things where you do, your due diligence on commenting the solution, because it might seem like very unnecessary, but actually it's a very, very, unique way of ensuring that you actually understand what you're doing, and makes it very easy to debug.
Yep, and actually team AppScenes also is splitting the screen into two, with one half is the code of problem K, and one half is the code of problem L. So it looks like they are also working on several problems at the same time, and I think they have problem B wrong before, so maybe they're also working on 3 different problems at the same time.
Yeah, I think quite interesting that a lot of teams are apparently choosing this very risky strategy, but hopefully it will pay out, and we see for the next few minutes the scoreboard exploding in accepted problems.
Yeah, but we should know that for now all of the remaining problems are very difficult and challenging problems, so yeah, the team needs to be yeah, it might take the teams some time to do it well, and it looks like we are seeing team AppScenes running that solution. I think they probably mostly finished coding, just fixing some compilation error.
Yeah, but this is like a very normal situation in ICPC contests, where the third hour is one of the slowest hour in terms of actions, because teams are just figuring out the non-trivial problems. That takes them quite a lot of time to implement.
Well, I have just switched to the screen of Team New Gen, and it looks like they have gotten the example test case of problem B. It looks like they're going to submit problem B very soon, and let's see how they do. Yep, they are submitting the problem B. Is judging.
Yeah. The funny thing is, this the very first submission for problem B.
Problem B, and so far only 2 teams from what I can see have submitted problem B, and they are both wrong. So let's see how New Gen do on this problem.
They are apparently very excited, as well as us.
Well, I think
constantly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and it's got accepted. So with the 8th problem solved, Team New Gen is again like further their gap with the other teams. So on the 2nd place, the team Speedstar with only 7 problems. Yep. Yeah, and in the top 10 is all the teams with 6 problems. Do you have any suggestion on what screen we want to watch next?
I think we've seen a lot of the top teams already.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any team that is also at the top, but we have not been, paying enough attention to? I think we have Team Brigo Momis from Universitat Indonesia, who had quite a slow start, but they are now catching up, and it's the 6th problem.
Yep. Let's look at their screen to see how they are doing. From the look at if, I think they are working on F. I think they have the file name as F. and team Rigomomis has not submitted problem F. They have so far only solved C, D, G, H, and J, K. So I guess F is the only problem that is solved by many teams that haven't submitted, and it looks like they have just started writing some for loops without anything in between.
That's right, because they have all, just gotten G accepted like a few minutes ago, so it's very normal for them to, trying to figure out, what the next problem is.
Any other team you want to see?
Well, I think we've just saw Team Tono-sama from Tokyo Tech having solved another problem. They're now in 9th place. Probably will give them some time to, work on other problems. But it's worth mentioning that they will already have like 2 problems in the queue right now. So it seems like the strategy of working 3 problems at the same time is playing out very nicely.
Yep, I guess like a few minutes ago when we look at their screen, they were working on 2 problems in concurrent. Well, I guess now they have I think there's writing problem A. I see the file name a.cpp. I just switched to their screen, by the way. Yeah, and I think they have just started working on problem A. So it looks like they are still continuing to work on
like
several problems at the same time.
But it's also worth mentioning that problem A apparently is an extremely difficult problem that has not even been solved in the online mirror that is happening on Codeforces right now.
Do you know how is the online mirror doing? Maybe we should, maybe we can take a look at the online mirror.
Yeah, if you can do it, that'd be great.
Yep. So we are looking at the online mirror, and I think here the top team in the online mirror has solved 11 problems. So most of the problem except for A and I. So but I guess for teams who are doing this competition online, they can they don't need to abide to the rule where they can only use one machine. And in the second place, we have team with Tourist and Kevin Sun and Kusaga who solved 10 problems. Yep, so it looks like the most difficult problems are A, I, and M. Yep, so all of them also is not solved in the actual competition. Yep, and yeah, from the look of it, we have a lot of people participating in the online mirror, and yeah, I think there's also some Vietnamese team who is quite high, and yeah, I think there's one Indonesian team, one Vietnamese team, and one Japanese person, and one South Korea. So yeah, it looks like yeah, the online mirror is getting a lot of people interested in.
And they're actually matching the performance in the actual contest as well, because a lot of 7 problems solved.
Yep, and by the way, if you want to participate in the online mirror, you can go to Codeforce, and the first post on Codeforce right now is about the online mirror. Well, let's go back to our scoreboard. And yeah, I think we haven't looked at the screen of the team Amatsukaze before, so maybe I will show their screen next. Yeah, looks like team Amasukaze is working on problem K. Yeah, they have so far solved 6 problems, and K is the next problem that has several teams. That is solved by several teams.
And I think we actually have missed out on a bit of action because Team Amatsuka they solved 2 problems consecutively within 6 minutes just before we got to them. So congratulations to them. They have gotten themselves into the top 10. And
yep. And looks like they have written a lot of code for the next problem as well. So maybe they are going to solve the 7th problem very soon. So far, only 2 teams has solved 7 or more problems. Team New Chen from Seoul National University and Team Star from University of Tokyo.
So yeah, looks like not much going on in the top among the top teams. We also have Team HUST Kite from Hanoi University of Science and Technology. Quite a dark horse going to the contest. They have a superb last first hour, but they are getting themselves stuck on problem F with a very concerning 12 wrong answers. But hopefully they can pull it through, and we'll see them in the leaderboard very soon. But honestly, I don't feel like spamming, actually, obviously, we don't really know what's going on with their solution. But it's most of the time, it's a better strategy to just stay calm, debug your own solution thoroughly before going into a like 2 streak and submit 12 wrong solutions.
Yeah, and I've switched to the screen of Team US smoking tomatoes, and it looks like they are submitting the next problem F. Team smoking tomatoes, I think they qualified to the previous World Finals in Egypt. Actually, I think they qualified 2 times, but because the 2 World Final is kind of organized at the same time, so
merged.
Yeah, they were merged, so they can only go to one of them. So I think, oh wow, and they got accepted. Is there 6 problems, so they just moved to 12th place, but I think 12th place is currently still in the qualifying range for World Finals. And it looks like that team is also working on problem K at the same time. So yeah, I guess K is the next easiest problem remaining for them. And it looks like they have written a lot of Salmonchi, I think, for this problem.
Yeah, which does seems like the correct approach, judging from other teams' solutions. I personally cannot solve problem K because I am not as good as these guys. But I do take pride in the fact that I have already qualified for 2 World Finals before them. But anyway, we also have a lot of actions elsewhere in the leaderboard. And interestingly, 64 out of 65 teams in the contest has already solved at least 1 problem. So we're hoping for the last team to also be able to get on the scoreboard.
Do you want to see the screen of that team?
Sure, yeah. I'm kind of curious whether they are working on another problem or they're still working to fix problem H.
Yeah, let's look at their screen. From what I can see, I think they're working on problem H. They have a lot of different files open, but H is a problem that they're working on at the moment. But from the files, I think they was also trying to solve C, D, E, F. I think they have all the files from A to M. So maybe they just created the files at the beginning of the contest and then just currently working on problem H.
Yeah, I think that would make more sense. And problem H is actually quite deceiving. It's not a easy problem. It's not trivial, and we've seen very strong teams getting stuck in that problem at the beginning of the contest as well. So hopefully we can see MCUNL getting their first problem solved very soon.
I think let's again look at the top teams and see what are they doing. So let's look at team New Chain. I think they have solved all of the easier problems, and now I think they only have a few very difficult problems remaining. I think they are looking at the bottom of the scoreboard. I think in the bottom of the scoreboard, there are statistics about problems on how many teams solve each problem. So I think like when you don't have anything else ready to be solved, you can look at the bottom of the scoreboard to make sure that you are not missing any information on what problems were solved.
Yeah, that's totally fair. In the battle for the World Final spots, though, we have seen HCM US Exploring World getting their 6th problem. And interestingly, they got themselves to 12th place and right above their team, their university mates, I guess, Smoking Tomatoes. For those of you who aren't very familiar with the ICPC rules, only one team can qualify per university, only one team can qualify for the World Finals. So these two teams, very strong teams, they are actually fighting directly against each other for their sole, representation slots for in the World Finals. So yeah, it will be very interesting.
And meanwhile, I've switched to the screen of team KUB1 Sharp. I think they just submitted problem, I think it's problem F, and they are concurrently working on problem D, which is one of the unsolved problem. I think they, after submitting F, they just didn't care about refreshing it and just immediately continue working on problem D.
Yeah, this is actually the correct, kind of like the correct course of action. You're not supposed to, get your eyes fixed on the judgment queue and do something, more productive.
Yep, and I think that team is very efficient because why someone was coding D and just pause a little bit. I think they switched to the scoreboard and refresh the statistic at the bottom. So I guess they want to make sure that they don't miss any solvable problems. Yep, and it looks like they have written quite a bit of code for problem D, which seems like a math problem.
I mean, I haven't read the harder problems yet because I know for a fact that I will not be able to solve them. So I will give the chance for the judges to share their solutions when they're ready.
And actually on the scoreboard we can see that the KUB1 Sharp team have already solved problem F, but since they submitted, they didn't even refresh, so that we didn't even see it on our live stream. I think next let's look at the team Absinthe from NUS and see how are they doing. team Absinthe is the first teams among those who solved 6 problems, and I think they were previously working concurrently on several problems. Problem B, they have some submissions, and problem L and K. So half of the screen is still on L and half of the screen is still on K. And it looks like they are using GDB to debug. So for those who don't know, GDB is the debugger tool for C++. So in the debugger, you can it's kind of similar to a debugger in the IDE, but it's like text based. So you need to be a bit more skillful to use it.
And I mean, before we have Bùi Hồng Đức, I don't think we have ever seen a Vietnamese using GDB to debug. Our standard debugging process involves printing out everything to the console screen, then just looking at it until we find the bug.
Yeah, one thing that is useful for GDB is that when you use an IDE and you use a debugger within an IDE, you are restricted by what the functionalities provided by the IDE. But if you are more advanced user and you want some advanced feature, some debugger like GDB can provide you with more powerful tools for you to debug. Let's take an example. So if you write a C++ code that it crash, then one trick is that the crash you can compile it with some compiler options to create a core dump file, and then if you load it in GDB, you can know exactly what line crash it. So it's can be more effective if you know how to use.
Yeah, very interesting. Unfortunately, I've already retired before all those very advanced new technology surface, so I don't have to deal with them.
Yeah, I think we can chill a bit here and watch Team Absinthe use GDB to debug while we are waiting for some more action from the scoreboard.
Yeah, and we are already nearing the frozen time.
Yeah, we have 30 minutes until until the scoreboard is frozen, and I think right now I think Team Tonosama is I think let's look at the screen of Team Tonosama, and I think they are submitting the next problem. I think problem G.
Yes.
Yep. And let's see how they are doing. I think they have been working on several problems at the same time, so it's always interesting to see the result of it.
Yeah, G is actually one of the easier problems, so they should be able to get it eventually.
Yeah, and I think they are still trying to confirm the correctness of the code before submitting. I think they are rereading the code. I don't think they have clicked on the submit button yet. Oh, I think they submitted now. Yep. Well, and at the same time, I think they are concurrently working on problem A, which is one of the unsolved problems even for the online mirror.
Yeah, which is very interesting because choosing the wrong problem can be quite detrimental to your efforts. But hopefully we can actually see the first and very possibly the only solution for problem A.
Wow, and they have gotten problem G correct, so they are now in the 4th place. Yep, so far we have 4 teams who have solved 7 or more problems. Yeah. Well, yeah, while there's not much action on the scoreboard, let's look at some other teams' screen. Yeah, I will select some teams that we haven't looked at before. Let's see team Kota Manegi Marunage from Osaka University. From what I can see, I think they are trying to use some optimization check on problem K. Problem problem K, yeah, I think several they are still working on problem K. So these looks like some optimization check that they try to yeah, they try to speed up their solution. Well, let's come back to the screen of team Absinthe. I think they have made some progress on problem B. I think they are now running. I think they are running some test case. Looks like they are running test case of problem B, and it looks like they got all the test case corrected. Yeah, and they are submitting.
Yeah, it will take quite a long time for the verdict. So meanwhile, they're still working on, I think, 3 problems at the same time.
Yeah, I think they work on both. They are still debugging L, and previously I saw they have some code for problem K, and they've just submitted B again.
So they are just a quick reminder that Absinthe have already qualified for the World Finals. They are here just to win the whole contest. Everything else is basically the same thing for them. They can place last and still go to World Finals. So it's actually quite normal for them to go for every problem they can solve in order to maximize their winning chances.
Yeah, I mean, like right now they are just and right now there's not much action on the scoreboard, so let's welcome our a very special guest for our live stream. So I'm going to switch to interviewing mode. Yeah, hello. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Jonathan. I've been a participant before at ICPC and IOI as well. And yeah, ever since graduating, I've basically become judge member in mostly Jakarta regionals in the past. But yeah, now I'm the chief judge actually of this regional, of this contest. So yeah, that's my role here.
Yeah, can you tell us like how do you become chief judge of this competition?
Yeah, actually, like I think for this contest, when they decide to host this contest, the RCDs, they nominated each of the RCDs in this region nominated some judge members. So I was nominated by Dr. Stephen Alim, Professor Stephen Alim, I apologize. Yes, and then among the judge members, we decided that it's an honor for me that they trust me to become chief judge. So yeah, it's an honor for me.
Yeah, I guess among the judge, you are probably like among the people who have like more experience like hosting like big events.
There are a couple of other very experienced people as well. Yeah, I'm very honored to be one of them.
So did you author any problem in this competition?
Yeah, so I actually authored problem B and problem F, I think. Yeah, B and F. So yeah.
How do you think? What is the difficulty of these problems?
So yeah, F should be on the easier side. Actually, when I proposed it, it was even easier than the version that you are seeing now. but we decided that we probably want to make it more interesting a little bit because the original version actually, so yeah, just to spill it. So the original version has n only up to 100,000. And basically to solve that, it's a small increase, right? Just 10 times. But the 100,000 actually you can do like n square root n times log n, which is more of just implementing what you are asked to do with a very small optimization, right? But we decided to increase it 10 times to become 1 million. And to solve that, there are a couple of more observations that you need to do, right? It's not just do what you are asked in the problem. But still, it's a small interesting observation. So, but it's still on the easier side. And I think on problem B, sorry, you asked about the difficulty, right?
Yeah.
So for problem B, I expect it to be on the second half of the if we sort the problems by difficulty, and I think that's the case looking at the scoreboard. So yeah, but still, it's not the hardest. I should say maybe like 5th hardest or something, and where F is like 5th easiest. So first, half, and second.
Yeah, I think so far on the scoreboard, I think only one team has managed to solve problem B, right?
I haven't checked the standings for a while, but yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell us about the process of how you come up with the problems?
Yeah, I think okay. Let's talk one by one. So for problem F, yeah, I think that's just a natural natural process in everyday's work when you try to form a groups. One kind of like random way when you are in school or something like that is to do alternating, like you are in group 1, group 2, group 3, group K, and 1, 2, 3. So that part comes naturally, and then from there I'm trying to make the problem more interesting by like having K a variable, and like there is a student one where you can like choose where you want to sit to manipulate something. So like yeah, like I try to make the problem more interesting, because if the position is fixed and K is fixed, then it's just do a simulation, which is nothing, right? Like, so yeah, I try to make it more interesting. There is a bit of choice there. Yeah, so it's not very trivial, right? But the main idea of like having the groups alternatingly comes from natural in everyday's work, I guess. At least based on my experience in school, like we form groups like that every time, right?
Yeah, how about problem B?
Problem B, yeah, I have, for some reasons, I have interest in planar graph lately, and their properties, like there cannot be many edges, and like I think the yeah, like basically in planar graph, there's only at most click of size 4, and like this makes an interesting problem if you're, because click in general is an NP-hard problem, but in planar graph you can only check of at most 4 nodes, right? So I'm trying to create more interesting ideas from there. Or what happen if I allow clicks, but one edge can be missing, and if that's the case, you need to check 5 nodes, and for 6 nodes it will be too many missing edges, right? So yeah, I try to come from a click. I try to make it more interesting. Well, but if you have to check click with 1 missing edge as well, right? So that is actually, yeah, spoiler alert, that's the main idea of the task, that you only have to check those kind of subgraphs. Yeah, so basically that's how I come up with it. And I try to find, yeah, like what's the problem? What is the formulation that basically I need to check this kind of graph. And of course, like, even though you can, you found that observation, it's still not very trivial to, like, how do you check all subgraphs with only 1 missing edge in OM in linear time, right? Initially, I came up with quadratic time, and then I realized that me and other judges actually collaborated and figured out that we can do this in linear time. So it's still an interesting problem, regardless.
Yeah, I can see that is a very difficult problem. And then can you tell us more about like what is the like how do you prepare the problems? How do you ensure the quality and the correctness of the test case?
Yeah, it's actually a long process. So yeah, like we started finalizing the problem around, I think it was late last year or maybe earlier this year. So we have got, like, this is March. So if I can't remember exactly when we finalized it, but maybe like let's say it's early this year, then we have 2 months to prepare the tasks. And yeah, basically we have a Git repository where all the judges can contribute there, And yeah, basically like we just created test cases and we ensure that each task has like solutions, has many solutions, not just one solution that we use to generate the test cases, but also like we ensure like there are more solutions to make sure that the test cases are correct. Also, like we have input validators. So like just a simple script that validates whether the input satisfies the constraint on the problem statement. For problem B is actually not trivial because you have to check whether the edges are non-intersecting. It's actually a very interesting problem in itself if you want to figure that out. But yeah, we have, even for that problem, we make sure that we have the script. So we make sure that all the edges in that problem are not intersecting. As well as in problem I, let's say, we have to ensure that the polygons is convex. But yeah, we write all these kind of scripts, of this kind of program to make sure that the test cases are correct. A couple of solutions as well, also like solutions in slow languages as well. So we have a policy that each problem has to be written in at least 2 solutions. C++ is the most popular one, but if the model solution, let's say, is written in C++, we have to write either Java, Kotlin, or Python solution as well. So we have to make sure that the time, some of you might say it's not necessary, but yeah, we try to support these other languages. So those are the preparations that we did for the past 2 months. That is only when after the problem set size is finalized, but before that, there's also a long process of like how the tasks are selected itself.
Yeah, so can you tell us more about like how the task is selected?
Okay, yeah, so like even before that and the timeline, I think we started our work at like around September maybe. That's when like Professor Stephen Halim like reached me about becoming a judge, and I was contacted by Don Quay, which is like the organizer, like the I think he's one of the most important person in this contest that connect all the dots around, like connecting between the judges, the technical team, the organizer, and everyone. So yeah, it's about like around Q3 or Q4 last year that I started contacted and like started to work basically we send call for task emails to some of the people that we think are still active in the community and they might be interested to submit tasks. Yeah, and then we receive about 20, if I remember correctly, about that. And then the judge team analyze each task, and yeah, we try to form a problem set. Yeah, basically like for each task, we try to analyze the difficulty, the tags, what are the solutions, the tags like SSDB problem, graph problem, and everything. And then yeah, from there we try to select problems from each varying difficulty, each varying like solutions, techniques needed, and so on. Which I think is typical in any contest. Like you want to make sure you have a balanced problem set. So yeah, basically we have a call for task. We send it to people outside the judges, and we actually got one submission from and it's accepted. The problem is accepted by someone outside of APEC. So that's actually quite good as well that we managed to gain some problem ideas outside of this region.
Cool. Thank you for sharing all the details about the preparation with us. And you have any advice for our viewers who want to participate in these programming competitions?
Interesting. Let's see. Advice from the most usual tips is like to keep practice. But I think you're probably bored hearing that. But I think it's a good tips. Like practice makes perfect. I think that's true, even though it sounds very cliche. But yeah. So what else can I give? Yeah, I guess like you just practice online. Like back like when we were still contestants, like resources is not as much as this year, right? Like Courses was just started that year, like 2010, 2011, I think they started. So like now resources are everywhere. So you just have to want to spend time to like read. Like people in many community, not just Courses, in ICPC as well. Like there are so many kind people that would like to share materials, and yeah, like you just need to have to read them basically, right? And yeah, practice, learn stuff online. It's very easy these days to get materials. Even like some of the advanced ones in Courses and other forums as well that I haven't even like try to catch up as well. But there are so many great things these days.
Yep. Thank you for your time, and let's hope that the rest of the contest is
Yes, we have
well.
yeah, thanks. We have 75 minutes left. Soon the scoreboard will be frozen. Yeah, but hopefully contest runs smoothly. There are a couple of issues earlier, small issues, but yeah, it's generally going good.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, let's get back to viewing our scoreboard. And I think while we did the interview, there was several new development on the scoreboard. So first, Team Absinthe has finally shown problem L, and then they have moved to third place. And then I think let's also look at the screen of Team Speed Star. I think from what I can see, they have submitted problem B, but then on the screen, I think it's delayed by a little bit. So yeah, I think they got wrong answer on problem B, unfortunately, but they are currently also working on some other problems. I think they are I think they have a lot of files open, so I don't even know which problem they are working on right now. Yeah. So I let me switch. Oops, it looks like I have some technical issue and I couldn't show the screen of Team Speed Star just now. But yeah, I'm back with the screen, and I think they are trying to print some files probably for debugging. And also let's welcome back our co-host Kuroni, and I'm going to put him on the live stream now. Kuroni, can you hear me? Yep, I think you are muted.
Yes, I can hear you.
What do you think about the scoreboard so far? I think just now there were several interesting development in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that solved 7 now, so pretty interesting. I mean, I was actually not surprised that Absinthe got L, but there are 2 HCM US teams who got 7 at roughly the same time, and they're currently like the next 2 teams that have 7 problems.
Is there any team that you want to see the screen?
Can I see Smoking Tomatoes, please?
Sure. Let's look at Smoking Tomatoes.
Yes.
Yeah. I think they are not doing anything. They have a file called template.cpp opened, but yeah, I don't see any progress from it.
They're discussing the next problem to solve.
Yeah, I think after 7 problems, all of the remaining problems are very challenging. So yeah, probably they need to spend a lot of time thinking. Who else do you want to see the screen of?
I was actually not catching up, but have we seen Penalty King yet?
I don't think we have. Let me look at let me try to find their screen. Yep, I have their screen on now, and I think they are just looking at the scoreboard. Yeah.
So apparently, it looks like the 2 HCM US teams are having they might not be solving the next problems.
Yeah, I think all of the rest.
Yeah, that's kind of a precarious situation, like really precarious. Because like there's only like 70 minutes left in the contest, and like by this time you should know what you should be like, what you should be focusing on in the last hour, right? So this, I'm going to have a huge bet, and I'm saying that like 7 problems is probably where both HCM US teams is going to stop, at, unless they do something very, very interesting at the last hour.
Yeah, I think among the most difficult problems is not easy for many teams to even come up with any idea on solving the problems. So
Yeah.
at some point in the contest, team will get stuck on like trying to find a solution for the next problem. When you were a contestant, like how do you deal with this situation? Like, do your team ever get stuck not knowing what to do next? Like, how do you try to figure out what's the next thing to do?
We try to spread out like thinking time to encoding time. So like during the first, like whatever 3 hours, like I try to plan ahead, like what are the problems that I want to code at the last 2 hours. So normally we don't run into that kind of issues unless like we're really stuck on one problem, like we don't know what is wrong with the solution. Then yeah, we do run into that sometimes, maybe a lot of times. But in general, like I think like the key to having like the key to being able to continue with problems is just plan ahead, and like concentrate like a lot of thinking power in the first, I don't know, like 1, 2, 3 hours, so that you know what to do in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, I think yeah, one part of the thing that make this competition interesting is that like you usually need to spread out the thinking time and the coding time. So a lot of time, the teams who solve very quickly the easier problems may not have enough time to plan out the whole the strategy for the whole contest. So they end up like losing to teams that are slower but like have developed a better strategy, or just have spent more time in the beginning of the contest to think about more problems.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, personally, I also think that maybe like 7 problems is like it's probably like a very like good place to reach. I have read both B and L myself, and honestly, like I've been spending the last how many minutes off stream trying to solve L, and I couldn't come up with like a lot of things. I mean, I have some observations, but really, I don't know how to solve this.
Yeah, I guess for competition of this importance, like the judge have towards like the most difficult problems as I can find. So it's expected that the remaining problems are very challenging.
Yeah,
and it looks like
and like for this sort of problems, you also have to like identify the impossible problems, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to like have a big guess that like A and I are probably not going to be attempted, because I is like some cancer geometry or something.
Yep, and you know what?
But,
HMUS Bethany King is currently typing code on problem I, and they have written some geometry stuff. So yeah, it looks like they are going to attempt I in the next hour.
Yeah, and like I guess if your team is like really strong on geometry, then like another strategy is to start coding geometry early, and like just keep coming back to it like for hours and hours, right? Like doing geometry in between like coding normal problem is a very good way to utilize keyboard time.
Well, yeah, but I guess this geometry problem is like not an usual geometry problem where even if you
I agree.
spend time early, you probably cannot solve it.
Yeah, I agree. Like personally, like my favorite thing to do during contest is to look at problems. If I see that if it's impossible to do, I just rip the paper out, and then like just scramble it and throw it somewhere.
Well, I think let's also look at the top teams to see what they are doing. So I'm looking at the screen of team Speed Star, and it looks like they have written like a lot of code for problem B. They currently have one wrong submission, so it looks like they are trying to debug problem B with
right.
a lot of they are printing to standard error with some values. Yeah, I guess yeah, in this competition, just printing out values and observe like whether the values are correct according to your algorithm is a useful
Yeah,
skill
it's pretty
to,
important.
yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, let's also
How
look
about
at the team Absinthe. I think
yeah.
previously they were also working on both problem B and K. Oh, oops. The video, we cannot load the video of team Absinthe. I will let our technical teams know, but like I guess
Can we look at Nutren and Acqui next? Probably.
Yep. Let's look at Acqui. Oops, it looks like the technical problems is not only for like one team, but looks like several teams. We cannot see the screen of several teams.
Yes.
Yep. And meanwhile, I can
okay.
see on the scoreboard that team Absinthe is submitting problem K. So maybe let me just load up the scoreboard.
Yeah.
So it's very near to the 4th hour mark of the competition. So currently, yeah, the scoreboard is going to get frozen very soon. And from the judge queue, it looks like Team Absinthe has solved most of the test case for problem K, and also Team VNU Cat is Team Absinthe has solved problem K and got their 8th problem, so they are now in 2nd place, only behind New Chen.
Yeah. Well, that's very nice. I mean, like, that's to be expected, right? Like, if you have solved several problems, but like one of your problem is actually a very difficult problem, and your remaining problem is medium, then that's exactly what you have to do next. And I think like this sort of pattern actually appears before. I remember Absinthe like solving some crazy Genfeng problem. Like I think in the Hue regional, and they came back to the easier problems later on in the contest. So honestly, like that's I think it's a pretty good use of time, right? Like spending the first few hours thinking about the harder problems, and if they are easier to code, then code them first, and then go back to like the medium but like annoying to code problems and do them later. That's fine. That's fair.
Yep. Yeah, I think like depending on like the strengths and weakness of your team, like even some harder problems can be easier for your team. So like you should not just base on the scoreboard difficulty and just like have your own idea of what you should implement next.
Yeah. So for the next we're like the scoreboard is going to be frozen in about 2 minutes. Do you have any predictions of what is going to happen in the next 2 minutes? Maybe like take some bets or some stuff like that. And then like what are your predictions of the contest, like of the scoreboard at the end of the contest?
I think for the next 1-2 minutes is one team just move up to 8th place, also in 1557. Yeah, I think but yeah, I think usually in the last hour teams a lot of teams like solve one more problem and move up. So usually from my experience, if your team is not going to solve any more problem, your rank will drop and in some time quite dramatically. Yeah, I think in some contests I have seen like some top team even solve 4 more problems in the last hour. So it's going to be very exciting when we reveal the final scoreboard at the end.
Yeah, I also agree with that. although like solving problems at the end of the contest is probably like a statistical anomaly. Like it's very rare.
Yeah, I
But I
think
also like expect to see like most of the teams to solve like +1, and like the teams who don't solve anything in the last hour should be shaking in their boots. Like what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Like is my rank is going to decrease after unfreezing?
yeah, I think the team that solved 4 more problems in the last hour was in one final like more than 10 years ago, maybe in 2013. I think they solved 4 more problems and got first place, and it was very surprising to all of the teams there.
So at 20 seconds before freeze time, Speedstar submitted B.
Well, I actually think that submitting like very close to the frozen time is not always a best strategy, because even if you solve it, you may want to hide it like after a little bit, so that it doesn't affect your penalty much, but like it hides the information from your opponents, so that they maybe like maybe they are not aware that you are moving up.
Yeah, and that turned out to be either wrong answer or CLE. So yes, so finally the scoreboard has officially frozen, and yeah, well, I guess yes. So that's it for scoreboard action. Like for the next 1 hour, because the scoreboard is frozen, we'll see like which team has submitted what, but we won't be able to see their code. We won't be able to see their verdicts. So if it's an AC or not, we don't know.
Yeah, and I have heard from the technical teams that we should hide the judge queue, because it can contain information that is not supposed to be public. So I have also hidden it. And well, since we don't have much else to think to talk about, like what do you want to see now? Maybe we should just look at the scoreboard of the mirror contest.
Good question. So mirror contest. Let me see. Well, the two top teams solved 11. They have different 11s though.
Wait, I think my scoreboard is a bit slightly like, yep, yeah, two top team has 11 problems, but one solving A and one solving M.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's interesting. Well, the rest is going as expected. I don't think anyone is going to break the for the online part of the contest. I don't think like the next problem to break is either A or M, right? And probably also D. I don't see a lot of teams solving D. There's only like the first, the second, and the fourth team. A lot of teams have solved L. Well, that's pretty good, and also B. Maybe L is the easier problems. Easier problem of the two. I've looked at L. It's probably some sort of it's definitely some sort of counting, but I haven't thought like too much about like what's going to happen, like what happens with that problem yet. Yes. Yes, sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to explain part of the solution for problem A. In this problem, you are given two strings S and E, and you need to convert S to E using only the following 4 operations. First, you can replace P with APA. Next, you can replace A with PAP. Next, you can remove A consecutive A's. And then you can remove P consecutive P. Okay, so first, let's think about what else we can do with this operation. So first, we can actually reverse one of the operations. So we can replace APA with P by doing the following. We repeatedly replace P with APA until we end up with A consecutive A's on each side, which we can then remove. So we can do that. And similarly, we can replace PAP with A. Next, we can replace two A's with two P's by doing this sequence. And you will notice that we already used the operation we just derived earlier. Similarly, you can replace two P's with two A's. Next, you can replace PA with A and then three P's by doing this. First, replace the first P with APA, and then replace the last two A's with two P's. So again, we use the operation we derived previously. Similarly, you can replace AP with P and then three A's. Also, we can replace P with P and then four A's. In other words, we can insert four A's after the P. So to do that, we just replace P with APA, and then we replace the AP at the beginning with P and then three A's. This is the previous operation again. And then similarly, you can insert four A's before the P. You can insert four P's after an A and also before. Next, we can also replace four P's with four A's. This is just because you can already replace two A's with two P's and so on. And similarly, we can replace four P's with four A's. So, this is a summary of some of the operations we can do at the end. We can summarize them as follows. We basically can insert four A's or four P's anywhere as long as the starting string is not empty. But that's always true in our case. So now we have these four operations. We can remove AA's. We can add four A's. We can remove four P's. And then we can add four P's. If you do it right, you can actually remove or add this number GCD A of A and 4 of A's and GCD P of 4 of P's. So, if you'll notice, all of our operations are reversible now. So these are some of the things we can do. First, the given operations, but now reversible. And next, the given operations again, but now reversible. And now A is replaced by the GCD of A and 4. And P is replaced by the GCD of P and 4. Here are other operations from earlier. So now what we can do is, for the starting string, we can use the last three operations to turn the string into the form A's and then P's. I leave that up to you to figure out the details, but you can use the last three operations for that. Next, you can make sure there's at most one P by replacing any pair of P's with A's. So now we have all A's, or all A's and then a P. Finally, we can make sure that there's at most four P's or four A's by using one of our operations again. So now we end up with the following. One of our string is now one of the following to 8 strings. In the case where 4 divides A and P, we can show that all of these strings are this string. So why is that? A simple proof is we notice that these 8 strings form a structure isomorphic to the quaternion group with 8 elements. So the quaternion group is just these 8 elements of the quaternions under multiplication. And one possible isomorphism is to map A to I and then P to J. And then you can check that everything works out. And the corresponding quaternion is an invariant. Now, if 4 doesn't divide A or P, those are the other cases, but there are just finitely many of them. We can check all of them. And we end up with the following quotients of the quaternion group. So there are only 4 groups you need to think about. The point is, we now know that 2 strings are convertible to each other if and only if they correspond to the same group element. And then the remaining part of the problem is to find such a conversion that fits within the given bounds of 35,000 operations. So that part, I'll leave it up to you to think about more. That's it.
And we are back. So this is the last hour of the contest with very much action going on, but we unfortunately, due to the rules, we cannot show those submissions to you. So instead of that, let's welcome Mr. Lê Đôn Khuê, technical chief judge.
No, it's okay. So actually, hello everyone. For this contest, I serve as a coordinator mostly. So my job with in this contest is working with the teams, with the judge, with the technical team, with the live stream team to make sure that everything is going smoothly. Yes.
So you have been working with ICPC for a very long time. I think in fact you were the first Vietnamese team to be ever on the World Finals, ICPC World Finals. So quite a long journey.
Yes.
So could you like walk us through what is the most memorable things you have?
Right. So well, actually, to be corrected, I'm not the first Vietnamese team to the World Final. So there are other teams, because actually when the first regional contest come to Vietnam in 2006, our team was quite strong and was a contender for the World Final tickets, but we lost to a team in the same university. So we are the number two team. And then the year after that, we actually got to the World Finals it was in Sweden, Stockholm, Sweden. Yes.
Right. And from then on, you have been working very closely with
yes,
like Vietnamese community programming scene in general, and especially those ICPC contests. You have seen many generations of very like aspiring students competing in
yes.
this contest.
So, well, actually, like after graduating, I worked actually as a many roles in ICPC. So the first year after graduating, I was a technical in the technical team for the Vietnam regional, and then I was on the judge team for the contest, and I was serving as a judge since then. I also served as a like more recently, I worked closely with Dr. Nguyễn Long, General Secretary of BIP, to represent Vietnam in the regional contest director. And yeah, so I think in the live stream you have met some of the contest director from other countries. So actually we have planning this contest, this championship, actually quite long ago. Yeah, so the idea of the championship was, I think we mentioned about it in either Beijing or in Porto in the World Final. So about 18 or 19. And then we plan to do it the first championship. And at the time, like there's quite a lot of skeptical about the contest, because actually like it got small for the university, because they have to send another team to another contest, right? So it costs more. Also, it's going to be hard to find because I mean hosting is quite a busy work, right?
Yeah.
So it's hard to find a host. But then we try to persuade everyone that this is something possible, and actually it brings us a lot of benefit to other teams, because now we have another layers that the team could strive for.
Yeah.
Yes. So it is so the first one is so Vietnam tried to be one of the very um, what to say, try to contribute to the ICPC community, to the community ICPC in Asia Pacific. So right when the idea came, I just said that, okay, Vietnam are willing to host the first one. Okay. And then we plan to host it actually like in the night 2020 or something like that. But then COVID comes and everything is so difficult. So then we have to delay it up until now. So now we are very happy that the contest is running very smoothly and we are close to the end. And I hope that just the team gonna enjoy the time they in Vietnam.
I think yes. I share the sentiment about the contest being a very necessary stepping stone between the prestigious World Finals and the various region in Asia Pacific. And yeah, I cannot give enough gratitude for the organizing team to be able to host this very first novel contest, and hopefully there's more to come, and we'll be hosting like grander
Yes.
contests.
Yes. I also so the thing is after this contest runs, we have actually some other countries have actually like expressed the idea that they're willing to host the championship, which is very important. Because one of the things that when we're planning this championship, one of the priority that we are set is that yeah, maybe we could host this more luxury, more with a bigger event, bigger teams, like the number of teams could be 100 or something. But we then decided that we're gonna make it like 65, which is a reasonable number, and also like it's not put the pressure on the next one. So so I believe that now I heard that some countries wants to host the next one. So I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you again and many other organizing people in the next contest. Quick question. Which team do you think will win this contest? Because
Okay.
I know the competition is very close.
Right. So I mean, before the contest, I was thinking that Tokyo was the strongest one.
They're doing quite well.
Yeah, they're doing quite well. Yeah, but then after looking at the before the scoreboard frozen, you could see that like New Trend is really lucky in Vietnam, I have to say. Yes, so they won it once in the regional, and they won it at the last minute. I remember that when in the last contest, when we do the countdown 10, 9 to end the contest, and that's when they get accepted the last one, and then they be the champion of the regional contest.
Extremely clutch. Moment.
Yeah. So I think they are doing pretty well today. So let's see from yes.
So yeah, thank you for joining us today, and thank you once again for the contest. And yeah, we hope everyone best of luck for the last hour, and
yes,
everything proceeds smoothly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Well, let's look at the scoreboard. In the meantime, I think there has been several new developments on the scoreboard. A lot of teams have submitted several problems. In the top, you can see New Chain submitted L, Upsin submitted B, and Speedstar submitted 2 more problems, B and L. And yeah, so seems that a lot of action that is going to be only revealed at the closing ceremony. And yeah, while we are waiting, we have 2 more guests here with us from the judging team. Yeah, can you please introduce yourself?
Oh, hello. I'm Kevin Atienza. I'm from the Philippines. I have been a head judge for ICPC Philippines for a few years, and I'm also the head judge for the NY Philippines, our qualifier for IOI.
And my name is Amar Fatin Sabili, or Atin. I am from Indonesia, and I was a judge in ICPC Jakarta, one of the judges there. That's it, I guess.
Yeah. So how did you start getting involved in ICPC in general and for this competition?
Okay, well, I was a bronze medalist in IOI, I think 2013, and then continue for the ICPC, becomes a world finalist in 2015, representing the Universitas Indonesia. And I guess from there, I'm more involved in the competitive programming world in competitive programming in Indonesia, teaching, tutoring, and as well as the problem settings. Yes.
So I was a contestant as well, and I went to ICPC World Finals in 2010 and 2012. And then after that, I graduated and I still continued with competitive programming, mostly problem setting for Project Euler and Code Chef. And then the contest I'm joining primarily then was Code Jam by Google, and then I was finalist for a couple of years, and yeah. So with Jonathan, we know each other from a lot of events. So,
Yeah,
for example, in IOI, we met each other, and actually that's when he invited me at least to contribute some problems.
For this competition?
For this competition, I mean.
Okay. For this competition?
For this competition, I was invited, like, personally, I guess, by Stephen Halim. Maybe many of you know about Stephen Halim. He is one of the maybe proposer of this championship, and he invited me to become a judge and representing the Indonesia. Back then, I was in Singapore, and then Jonathan was also in Singapore. There was no judge from Indonesia, but we two are actually Indonesians. So we both are combined, invited, becomes representing the Indonesia or Singapore. But then I'm currently teaching in Universitas Indonesia, so I'm representing the Indonesia.
I see.
Yeah.
So for this competition, which problems did you create or did you prepare?
You should start.
Maybe I created the most annoying problems, which is the easiest one, the age. The first one. I see a lot of reds at the first minutes. And
okay, so I made 3 problems in this contest: A, D, and M. And before freeze time, there are no solves.
Yeah. Looks like your problem mostly don't even get any submissions. I think for A and M there hasn't been any submission.
Yeah,
and for
I think
D there's a submission that we can only know.
No, yeah, it's just flashing here.
So maybe the different side, no?
Yeah.
The easy one and the hard one.
So can you tell us, like, how did you come up with the problems? What is the thought process like? How do you get the idea?
So to me, when I started, I didn't know what to do, but eventually I got the hang of it. And so what happens is I think of something or come up with something random, and I investigate it. Whatever things I think about it, I write it down. It's not a fully fleshed out problem, but I have a huge list of ideas. Some of them more fleshed out than the others. And then when the time comes to submit some problems, I look at the list, try to think about them some more. Some of them get fully developed, and then I submit those. So especially for this, I have a lot of ideas, and some of them are really good. So I reserve them for events that are special, something like the championship.
I see. How long did it take you from having just the idea to getting the full problem?
Okay, for some of them it takes several years because I think about them on and off. I get stuck, and then sometimes I get progress, and then I'm very happy with that.
I'm gonna agree that the more natural problems is more satisfying. I mean, you come up with problems by yourself, and then you try to solve it rather than going from. We want the solutions to be this one.
Yeah, we want to use this technique, and then this can we combine them.
It's not
usually results in an ugly problem.
Yeah, and that's one strategy that I used to create the the full restaurant.
So yeah, the problems in this set happen to be that way. Just random thoughts and eventually got developed.
I see. So did you expect that your problems will be the hardest in this set? Like did the judge like know already that these are the hardest problems?
So when I submitted, I didn't know, but I thought this is Asia Pacific, right? There are lots of strong teams, so maybe my problems would be medium, or maybe the judges will find it boring. And then when the meeting came, and then I realized why are my problems at the bottom of the estimate. So okay, I suppose my problems are the hardest.
Yeah, the bottom means the hardest, not the low quality one.
Yeah. Yeah, they sorted it by difficulty.
Yeah, meanwhile, I do expect my problem to be the higher ups, the easiest one.
I see. So how was the problem development process like? Like how do you generate the problem? How do you generate the test case? How do you prepare solutions? Can you tell us more about that?
Okay, we actually use the framework. I think it is like a mixture of the framework that we are using in ICPC Jakarta and also the ICPC in Japan, and also maybe some of the ideas from Europe.
Yeah, they took a look with it's mostly Japan and Indonesia.
Mostly in Japan and Indonesia. And then when we are doing when we are setting the problems in that framework, we can set up like what are the theses are, and then we verify whether it is correct or not, and we also run it with multiple kind of solutions, including the wrong solutions as well. So we test a lot.
I see. I think nowadays there's also a Polygon on Codeforce. So what is like the pros and cons of these two systems?
So I usually prefer something local, so scripts on your computer rather than having to press a lot of buttons on the browser, because I think it's easier to, it's faster, it's easier to see what's happening
in local,
right?
Using like the command line.
Yeah, there's more control with that.
I see.
But I think it's just a matter of preference.
Yeah,
I see. So what was the most difficult problems to prepare? Like, was the hardest problem also the most difficult one to prepare, or like was there something?
Oh, I had a bit of trouble preparing A because of the checker. Well, the checker has to be custom, and you have to check their answers if they're correct.
And actually, the checker was also the practice problem, one of the practice problems yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You'll know which one.
You'll know which one.
I see. I actually didn't have time to read the problems, but yeah, I think I cannot solve it them anyway. So yeah, I didn't really.
And then for B, the verifier is for the geometric part. You have to check that there are no intersections. So there's a bit of geometry.
Yeah, because B has like was it like the concept of polarity, where the two edges cannot cross each other, and there are quite a lot of points there. So we need to check quickly when we are generating that.
I see. Yeah, there's essentially there's some segments that you need to check whether some
satisfy it. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's why tricky to implement correctly. Yeah. So like how long does the problem preparation process take? Like how long does it take you to develop all the solutions, the test case?
Maybe in total like 1 or 2 months.
Yeah.
And we also prepared the practice problems as well, but for the practice problems, because it is like in the easier parts, maybe it's just a few days.
Yeah. Practice problems, it's not a huge priority.
Yes. But for the real one, we need to create like model solutions and then alternative solutions in other languages, and we need to consider the solutions which are wrong, like it must be getting time limit exceeded or wrong answers or runtime error, anything that we can do. So there are a lot of files actually, and I don't know whether it will be published publicly, like there will be a repository of
test data.
The test data.
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. And aside from that, we have a testing phase where we get some teams from the outside to try the problems too, so we can gauge the balance and the difficulty.
I see. So like in total, like including all the correct and wrong solutions, like which problem has the most number of like solutions?
Oh wait, that's hard.
Which ones? Yeah.
Or like maybe for your problems that you prepare, like how many solutions do you need to write for it? How many solutions in total? Not just you write, but in total.
For my problems, it's up to 10.
Yeah,
I guess
because yours
because
is quite tricky.
because it's an easy problems, but it's really tricky. So we need to consider all of the possible like wrong answers. Maybe this solution doesn't satisfy one of the tricky case and another tricky case for in other solutions. So I think 10.
Yeah, maybe yours has the most ones.
But I guess some of the problems have more. Let's see. In the other side, if the problem is too hard,
Yeah. We were struggling having people who can implement some of the solutions to my problems.
but we do guarantee that it is accepted in at least 2 languages. So at least 2 solutions.
Yeah.
I see. So yeah, I guess it's near the end of the competition. How many problems do you think that the winner can solve?
Right. So
before the start of this
and also like before the contest, how many problems do you think that they can solve? And now after near the end of the contest, how many?
Which one do you want to hear first? The optimistic estimate or the pessimistic estimate?
Pessimistic. Yeah, the optimistic.
So I was a bit more optimistic. I said, okay, maybe the top team will solve 11. At the beginning, I didn't change it towards the freeze time. I still think 11 is possible, but now I don't know. What about you?
I'm not in the pessimistic side, but I'm in the realistic.
More
realistic. 9 to 10.
9 to 10.
Yeah. And it's almost there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
we don't know.
9 is maybe achievable.
They are currently 8, but we don't know if they got 9 now because of the unknown.
Yeah. I think we already know in the closing ceremony. Do you know when is the closing ceremony? In how many hours?
Tonight, perhaps. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I guess we need to wait for the final results. So you have any advice for the viewers who are interested in competitive programming, but like looking for some advice how to improve?
Oh, okay. For me, if some students or some people ask me about how to train yourself in the competitive programming, I will say that please focus on the fundamental aspects like the problem solving paradigms instead of trying some niche topics. So please focus on the basics ones first, like maybe the dynamic programming, the greedy brute force, all of those techniques, and maybe some data structures which are quite basic ones, and including at least segment tree, penwick tree, and so on. And don't jump directly to the I see this very cool trick, very cool algorithm, but maybe it's quite rare to see a problem which use this. So please focus on the fundamentals first.
Okay, so my advice is, maybe it sounds a bit cliche, but it really is true that you need a lot of practice. So I would repeat that you should practice a lot. But aside from that, another thing is, it's good to have community and friends to compete or train with, because you can have a friendly competition with each other and lift each other up. And maybe another thing is, if you're stuck as a group, maybe it's better to have a good coach, or at least some people who have more experience you can ask questions towards, so they can help you reach a higher level.
I see. Can we ask you to be a coach?
You can ask me questions.
Okay.
Is this your first time in Vietnam? How do you find?
Okay. It's my second time actually. The first time being a competitor in ICPC Da Nang, like 2014 or 2016. I forgot which one.
Yes,
and it was like a long time ago. I forgot. And I really like Hanoi, and it is very cold here. I didn't expect this cold. I only prepared just this hoodie and some thin shirts. But it's quite fun here.
And it's my first time in Vietnam, and like him, I found it very cold, but I like cold, so it's okay.
It's good.
Food is good.
Yeah, I think it's like a few months ago it was even colder, but I think this week is also quite cold for this time in the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, the food is really good here.
Oh, really?
I really like all of the tokus here, and then the pho, the panpo, the.
Are you just enumerating the titles?
Yes.
Problems?
After the contest, are you planning to stay a couple of more days to like go around, or are you going back?
Well, I'm going to the excursion, but
Yeah.
after that I have work, so I'll have to go back.
Yeah, me too. I will go back for the teaching, so I will go back on Monday.
I see.
But yeah, we are looking forward for the tomorrow's excursion.
I see. Well, enjoy your trip, and thank you so much for your contribution to this competition. Without you, definitely the competition cannot run. So yeah, thank you.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah,
Thank
me
you.
too. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you. Well, let's take a look back in the scoreboard. So now I think I guess most of the teams in top 10 have submitted one more problem, or even two more problems in some cases. So yeah, I guess the final review of the scoreboard will be very exciting. Yep. So I guess now we cannot know the result of any submissions, so we can just hope that teams do their best as they can. Yeah, so I guess that's it for this live stream. So I'm not sure whether we will live stream the closing ceremony, but it will happen in a few hours. Yeah, we will get back to you on that. So thank you for watching the live stream, and yeah, hope to see you again sometime in the future.